Disgrace.
It's a disgrace. Here's the weather forecast. It is Snowmageddon.
Oh, no.
Yes, we're all going to die. We might even get 2 inches. The Met Office released a statement. They said a severe snow warning has been issued for parts of Britain ahead of a bitterly cold weekend, which they have been predicting for about, 6 months now. If at first you don't succeed, just keep saying the same thing over and over again, and eventually it will become true. Forecasters said a band of rain, sleet and snow. Well, that's a bit vague. Which is it? Pick one. It could be rain or sleet or snow. If you're living in Glasgow, almost certainly rain.
Affirmative.
I could check while you wait. Please hold. Your call is important to us. I should do this before I come on the air. Locating Glasgow. Raining tonight and cloudy tomorrow and cloudy on Sunday and raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday and cloudy on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday and raining on Saturday and cloudy on Sunday and Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. A consignment of vitamin D pills to Glasgow. Straight away, please. Sunday is expected to be colder than Saturday, and Saturday is going to be pretty bloomin' cold. It's going to be chilly. Arctic air will be sweeping across Britain because it comes over here. Meanwhile, snow has already been falling in areas such as Liverpool, Wales and Scotland. So those places are already past saving. We'll just have to leave them to the wolves. Can we check? Is anything still working in Liverpool, Wales or Scotland? A little light flurry of snow. I expect they've fallen flat on their faces, just like everywhere else in this country will. A tweet about all this from NHS England North said, and I quote, "With temperatures dropping and snow beginning to fall in the northeast of England, it is vital that you only go outside if it is really necessary." If you do venture, I'm still quoting, if you do venture outdoors, please make sure you wear appropriate footwear and clothing. Hey, footwear! Didn't think about that. Can you believe it? It's like that wee lassie who does the weather on the television news in the morning. If you're going out, take your wee coat and your hat, but just take it off indoors because you won't feel the benefit. They posted a link on the Met Office advice page urging people to stock up in case of bad weather or if they have to leave home quickly if their power and water are disrupted. For crying out loud, it's a little light snow. It's not a tsunami. 2 inches of snow and we're stockpiling food and expecting the power to go off. Is this the effect of weather they're talking about, or is this Brexit? There you are. I mentioned the B word right at the beginning of the programme.
Oh, no.
It's all downhill from here. Oh, I should mention, by the way, that if you want 30 minutes of Brexit-free entertainment, then my new podcast is out. It's the Nick Abbott Habit. And this, I've just done a couple of days, well, yesterday, in fact, the new podcast, which has just hit the internet. Do you get the internet where you are? Oh, it is fabulous. They got pussycat and puppy dog videos from here until eternity. You'll love it. The Nick Abbott Habit, I recommend it. It's 30 minutes of Brexit-free amusement. Trust me, I mean it. I don't think I mentioned the B word once in 35 minutes. Wow. Can you believe that?
No.
The Nick Abbott Habit, get it where they give away free podcasts. I think you'll find it on iTunes. You'll find it in our app as well. I still don't think that you can get it if you've got the Android version of our app. I'll just check with my glamorous assistant. Is that still true?
I need to look into that.
Well, we're going to look into it. We'll have a full report on your desk first thing in the morning. Anyway, 2 inches of snow. That quite sensible advice to the country, of the people of this country who need constant supervision, made the usual suspects very angry, of course, that you should take out appropriate footwear and clothing. I mean, do people in this country seem like they don't need advice like that? No, they don't. I don't think that people in this country, or any other country, come to that, should be left unsupervised tying their own shoelaces. I mean, we certainly can't drive. That's true, isn't it? So they just gave out perfectly sensible advice. Consider the weather before going outside in a pair of shorts and a T-shirt and flip-flops. But people still will. No end of stupid. But, people who wanted a bit of the limelight, who wanted to suck up the oxygen out of the room, presented themselves to the news media and displayed how very, very angry they were about this advice, this perfectly sensible advice. There was the Conservative MP Andrew Percy, who represents Brig and Goole, who said, "Some countries around the world, such as Canada, have huge amounts of snowfall every winter and people still manage to go out and live their lives." He says, "Of course people need to take care, but we don't need turning into snowflakes because of a few snowflakes." Eh? Get it? Oh, never mind. The reason that people in Canada can survive when it snows a very great deal indeed is that it always snows a very great deal indeed in Canada. Plus, they live underground, like moles. That is a fact. You don't even need to look it up. Just trust me. Believe me. You can believe me, or you can believe Donald Trump. But you can't believe both. He said, desperately trying to find it. Where is it? Oh, God, I don't know. It's in here somewhere. Trust me. It should be under B for believe. Anyway, the moment's gone. So icy conditions are expected today and into next week, while the predictions for the coming months suggest that temperatures will plummet. That's what the prediction is. Liar! And as they've been predicting that since last summer, I'm calling them out on it. They kept telling us it was, you're enjoying the summer all right, but you just wait. You're going to be paying for it in the winter. It'll be the worst winter ever, ever, ever since the last ice age. They've been predicting it for about 6 months now. We're almost 2/3 of the way through winter. Nothing's happened yet. It's been fine. But meteorologist Alex from the Met Office told the Mail Online, over the weekend it's still going to be cold, but next week has the potential to be considerably colder. He said there's a lot of uncertainty. You bet there is. It's practically our national dish, uncertainty. But councils across Britain are on the ready, at the ready. And they're getting ready for call-outs and proactively trying to prevent any incidents on the road. Well, it could start by banning anyone from driving a hatchback. Or a car with a modified exhaust pipe to make it louder, because those people shouldn't be driving at all. And then they should get all the people in unmarked white vans off the road. No exceptions. And anyone driving a car with music on so loud that you could hear it through a concrete bunker. Rock and roll! Get them off the road. And anyone that's still driving at the age of 97, for instance, who has an army of chauffeurs at their disposal. You might want to consider pulling their licence too. Assuming that doesn't happen, don't worry. The council have said they've got this. Highway teams are monitoring state-of-the-art weather state-of-the-art weather forecasts, which are very often correct. And they have highly trained staff on standby round the clock, ready to be deployed to grit thousands of miles of roads whenever temperatures plummet. Highly trained. Really? You drive along the road in a lorry and you push a button that releases the salt. What training does that come with? The Met Office said that more snow is expected over the weekend, but it's too early to provide detailed forecasts on the potential severity of the weather or snow amounts at this stage. As usual, with £100 million worth of computer that is so large it takes up the size of a football pitch, their forecast is, we don't know. Why are you asking us? Look outside, you want to know what the weather's like. Money well spent.
Everything is going extremely well.
Yeah, as long as you don't look too closely. Everything is going extremely well on this planet, as long as you don't get too close. An alien from space looking at us from billions of miles away might think, oh, that looks lovely.
Groovy.
Very, very peaceful. And then you get up close to this planet and it's... decide to go and have a holiday somewhere less, panicky. Tweets and texts and emails and such. Phil says 10 minutes of sleet and snow happened here in the Wirral in Liverpool this morning. I overheard a conversation from a couple of ladies as they looked out the window saying, we need to get the shopping done quick as it's on all day. What? as it's on all day. Well, the weather is on all day. I got that wrong. Shall I read that again?
No.
He says 10 minutes sleet and shower happens. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Sleet and shower happened here in the Wirral in Liverpool this morning. I overheard a conversation from a couple of ladies as they looked out the window saying, we need to get the shopping done quick as it's on all day. 20 minutes later, the sun comes out. No doubt you'll get the blame if some stores started selling out of beans like the caller last week. I have to put him on my next podcast. There was a couple of really good calls that I put on this podcast that I've just done. A lady who called in, in a high state of agitation. She was a very, very angry vegan. And the other lady from last week who invented elastic, or had some hand in doing that, but it was very, very top secret, very hush-hush, and she couldn't really say very much. I think perhaps she said too much. Alberta. Hello, Mark.
Hey, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. It's a little bit cooler here than it is over there.
Is it?
Yes. Minus 15 degrees Celsius here.
Minus 15? Impossible.
Yes, minus 15.
There's no such thing.
That's actually quite warm for here, by the way, at this time of year.
Why would anybody choose to go and live in a place that can get up minus 15?
Well, I met a lady from here, so that's why I'm here, right? So those things happen. Yeah, it's minus 23 with the wind chill. We got snow everywhere. There's ice. Driving's difficult. So, you know, you've got it nice over there. Just enjoy it. It's not so bad.
Enjoy it. You haven't been here. You must have forgotten what it's like. Enjoy it. If it was a balmy 75 degrees with little fluffy clouds in the sky, people would have some reason to moan about it. Oh, I don't like fluffy clouds. Fluffy clouds should kill themselves. That sort of thing.
I'm from the Wirral, so I understand, you know, the little bit of snow is going to throw everyone over the edge. My sister still lives there. But yeah, no, I mean, it's really, really cold here, but we're used to it. No one's living underground yet.
Well, which is the city where they do live underground?
I don't know. I mean...
Well, one major city has all its shops underground. Which one is that?
Nothing I know of.
Oh, Mark, you failed this test. Are you a Canadian citizen? That's got to be on the test.
No, that one wasn't.
Right.
That one wasn't. I missed that one. But, you know, I passed. Flying colours. I'm good.
What kind of thing did they ask?
Oh, all sorts. You know, what are the official languages of Canada? Really tough stuff like that. You know.
Can you pronounce ABOUT? Try it.
No.
All right. All right.
Prime Minister, it's lots of fun.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Mark. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Maggie says, stop moaning. It's minus 22 at the moment in Montreal, and it will be minus 33 tomorrow.
Stop whining.
Minus 33, and you double it and add 32 to get to Fahrenheit, so that's double minus 30. Well, you can't double a minus number, so it is literally impossible to figure out. Any fool know that. This text says, I'm in Glasgow, just got back from a walk, which was quite pleasant despite the 2 inches of snow. I think it's called winter or something. But I've just found out that there is a weather warning, so we won't be I won't be making that mistake again. Yeah, there is a weather warning.
Warning!
There's weather. Edward says, I hope the Chucky Embra didn't have to wait more than 4 hours in A&E before his checkup. Yeah, he had to wait approximately the same time as he did for his hip operation, as in no time at all. Seriously, 97-year-old, I mean, with the greatest respect, of which which is something I am famous for. 97-year-olds should not be driving cars, especially one that is one of the richest men on the planet and can plenty afford to have his own chauffeur. He wouldn't even have to pay for it, because we poor dopes who pay taxes would pay for it. Martin says that now that Donny has said they fell in love, I no longer want to be a fly on the wall at his next meeting with Kim. Oh. Well, I wish you hadn't said that now, because there's a mental image that I won't be able to get rid of anytime soon. I think the two of them should fight it out in a bath full of jelly. What do you say? Who wouldn't want to see that? Hands up. Paddy says, is there any truth to Don Trump is meeting with Kim Jong-un to discuss defecting to Pyongyang until it all goes away? Mike says, told you May's a loser. Now it's official. She is the biggest loser in Parliament of all time. We're all losers, Mike. It just goes on and on and on. Are there any winners yet? No. If only we were being run by Donald Trump, we would be sick of winning right now. Yeah. At least there's one country which is even more of a kaleidoscopic clown show than ours. Would you like to know what other countries think of what's going on here? Because it is instructive. I mean, we're really up close to it. And we've been bathing in this murky soup for a couple of years now, more. It's instructive and educational every now and again to go to see what another country thinks about what's going on here from a great remove. Now, I could go to a French publication, but my schoolboy French wouldn't be able to muddle its way through it. And as for a German, forget about it. So I'll go to a place that speaks what passes for English. America. This is in the Washington Post. Today, in Washington, they are comparing and contrasting the travails of both America and this country. Now, I've excised most of their comments about America because that's not what I'm going to be talking about tonight. But this is why they think we're here in this position and what they think, what Americans think of where we are. Or what the loony, liberal, left-wing snowflakes of the Washington Post think. Sorry, I got that wrong. But I think I saved it just at the end there. They say in Washington, a bid by President Trump to get funding for his border wall has triggered the longest federal government shutdown in US history. In London, Prime Minister Theresa May clings to power even after seeing her Brexit deal suffer a catastrophic, or a historic rather, defeat in Parliament this week that would have felled earlier governments. And that's true. She's clinging on. Majorities in both countries have clear feelings. Most Americans oppose the government shutdown. Most Britons do not want to leave the European Union without a deal in place. There was a couple of polls just recently. Well, I'll get to that in a while. It's instructive reading. Some of you might not like it. Get ready. They said most of Britons don't want to leave the European Union without a deal in place, but the hard-bitten nationalism of some voters has driven both countries to a cliff edge. Trump's decision to pander to his hardline base has led him to embrace political brinkmanship. What? Brinkmanship. Brinkmanship. Shall I read it again?
No.
Brinkmanship. They said neither May nor her chief opponent, Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn, is calling for the option, but many think that maybe I should go for the news and just have a little lie down. I need a refreshment. Neither May nor her chief opponent, Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn, is calling for the option many think would make the most sense: a second referendum, out of fear of the furious reaction from Brexiteers. It's like I keep saying over and over again, we're being run by whoever shouts the loudest now. The Washington Post says they point to the now familiar story. The effects of the 2008 global financial crisis accentuated the divides between those in metropolitan centres and depressed post-industrial towns. Anger among the latter fueled both Trump and Brexit. Correctamundo. But it's become painfully clear, they say, that neither Brexit nor Trump will redress these economic anxieties. Trump's trade wars and tax cuts have in many cases hurt those whom he promised to uplift. He instead wages a culture war, conjuring a crisis on the border that's largely unsupported by fact. Brexit, too, was provoked by the illusory visions of politicians. The years since the referendum have proved that there can be no easy divorce from the European Union, and that life outside the continental bloc may be far more bleak and lonely than imagined. At a town hall this week on the other side of the English Channel, French President Emmanuel Macron flatly declared that the British people were sold a lie. Others see an even darker plot. the shadow of the Kremlin. The paralysis in both countries adds up to a strategic bonanza for Vladimir Putin. We don't know exactly how much Moscow spent supporting influence operations to impact the UK and US elections in 2016, but it seems hard to overstate how good the Kremlin's return has been on what Western intelligence agencies believe was a relatively modest investment. For Britain, there's a sense of historical comeuppance. The Brexiteers campaigned on the fumes of imperial delusion, promising a future in which Britain reclaimed its global preeminence once free of its ties to Brussels. Instead, that very colonial legacy now haunts its political present. Partition, the British Empire's ruinous exit strategy, has come home, wrote the Indian writer Pankaj Mishra. In a grotesque irony, borders imposed in 1921 on Ireland, England's first colony, have proved to be the biggest stumbling block for the English Brexiteers chasing imperial virility. I think they're having fun at our expense. I think that's about right, don't you? It is. It was a. We were sold a lie, just like our friend in France has suggested. We are chasing imperial virility in order to try to get back a world that is both gone and almost certainly never really existed in the first place. And it is about those people in post-industrial towns, and in this country, people by the seaside, because weirdly, the poor seem to gather by the seaside. In most countries, a sea view comes with a premium. But I'm afraid that what's happening isn't going to increase the life chances of those that voted for it. And I suspect that that may be becoming clear, but it's for a considerable number of them. There's too much loss of face to admit that A, they were conned in the first place, or B, that they made a mistake.
Long time.
This text says Toronto is the city with the shops underground. And Barry says Montreal has the shopping centre underground. My sister lives there and it's minus 25 at the moment. Why would anybody go and live anywhere that's that cold? I mean, I just don't get it. I mean, I understand it now because there's businesses there and people that you really love and so on. But why? Who was the first? I want the name of the first person that decided to go and live there, because they started all this. Why would you choose? I mean, how awful was life where it was warmer that you keep walking north until you froze to death as a cave person? I mean, I'm not being racist, but those cave people were idiots. Sutton, hello, Andrew.
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can just confirm that the underground shopping mall is actually in Toronto, and it's called the Eaton Centre.
The Eaton Centre.
Eaton. E-A-T-O-N.
Affirmative.
Yeah.
And it's a jolly nice. It's a jolly nice environment.
Well, it doesn't sound it. How could it be jolly nice if it's underground?
Well, particularly in the winter. I'm not so sure about the summer, but in the winter it's jolly good.
Well, you mean it's warm? It's out of the weather.
Yeah,
but it's still underground, though, isn't it? You're still in a bunker.
No, you're not. It's nice and airy and light, and they actually they pump white noise into the malls, which deadens the sound of people, which is great.
Deadens the sound of people. Yeah, they do that in American malls. They deaden the sound of people in American malls too, but by a different method.
Yeah, I know. I know where you're coming from. All right, Nick.
Okay, thanks a lot, Andrew. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. So that's clear. There seems to be, Canadian people are now fighting with each other about who has the most underground life. And seriously, if you have to shop underground for much of the year because it's too cold outside, wouldn't it be a better idea to just go somewhere where it's warmer? I mean, it must cost an enormous amount of money to dig a hole to stick a shopping centre in it. How about why don't you move to California? Lovely there at this time of the year, or any time of the year, I understand. Simon says, I can confirm I've been unable to get your podcast on my Android phone. However, if I ask Alexa nicely, she will obligingly stick it in my ears for me. Alexa, stick it in my ears for me. Dagenham. Hello, Jackson.
Hello, Nick. Isn't it completely true about those articles you read out about people seeking imperial past virility?
Yes, virility. I thought that was an excellent phrase. Chasing imperial virility.
A complete illusion.
Yes.
An illusion that was sold to the colonies, and on top of that, an illusion sold to the British people themselves.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because back in those days, or we're told that we used to sell all types of products to the Commonwealth. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, they had no choice but to buy British products. Even if those British products were substandard, they couldn't buy products from the Germans or from the French or from the Americans. They had to buy it from England.
Is that true?
They had, and this was because it was British governors running those countries, and the actual inhabitants had no choice but to accept railways that were manufactured in Britain,
cricket,
textiles, cricket,
tea at 3,
complete illusion. And I'm surprised that 60, 70-year-olds are rushing to the polls and voting for Brexit without actually thinking about the whole history.
Oh, and this isn't going to be a history lesson, is it?
It's unbelievable. Well, for example, remember in the 80s, you used to have those conservative conferences, party conferences.
Yeah.
And you'd get the impression that because they were jingoistic and anti-EU, or they had a tinge of it in the conferences, you watching it, you get the impression that this was an anti-European party. Move forward to 2019, we find that actually 3/4 of the Conservative Party are actual Remainers, not Leavers.
Well, yeah, you could say that about all of the parties. I mean, some are stronger Remain than that, which gives me pause for thought. If I was to make my mind up from scratch now, then I might think it'd be best to, I don't know, consult the experts. But if the people that are running this country aren't experts, why are they there? Why did we vote for them? We voted for them. It's on us that we are being led by these people. And so why invite them to lead the country and then ignore everything that they say?
It's completely on us. It's completely on us. You cannot sit there and watch the TV and watch Boris Johnson and say to yourself, well, that guy is telling me the truth.
Yeah. He's the man for me. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a guy who had to write himself a letter, pro, one con.
Well, it was a newspaper column, which it doesn't take much time. He admitted as much himself that he just dashes it off in half an hour, because it only pays £270,000 a year for one column. On some of the weeks that he's due to write it. Chicken feed is how he described it.
And you would have thought that for the last, let's say, 15 years, he would have been an arch Brexiteer. With the columns he's been writing for the Telegraph, you would have thought he was an arch Brexiteer, and that he wouldn't have to write himself 2 letters, one, one con.
He would have made his mind up one way or the other. Yeah.
A long time ago.
You'd think. Hedging his bets, I think that's what it's called.
Unbelievable.
All right. Well, just add it to the things that we find difficult to believe. Thanks a lot, Jackson. So Boris Johnson made a pitch for the Tory leadership surrounded by adverts for a digger company. Is that the same digger company whose chairman gave the Leave campaign a giant six-figure sum and the Tory party millions? Is that the company run by that same fella? You bet your life it is. But I'm sure that Boris Johnson did not go to that company just to give them a huge free commercial. Goodness me, no. Why would anybody think that?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
The former Foreign Secretary, Bozo of the FO, said the Prime Minister should make a final offer to the EU of a deal that strips out the Irish border backstop plan and withholds half of the £39 billion divorce bill until a trade deal is finalised. He's got to be kidding. It's taken, 2.5 years, 3 years, the best of, to negotiate this exit deal. Trade deal usually takes 7 years. He said, we're going to make them an offer they can't refuse.
Absolutely.
Boris Johnson said he would be utterly amazed if Brussels said no. Meanwhile, Brussels said...
No.
But he ain't... and furthermore, they said...
No.
But even if they had agreed, Bozo insisted that Britain would flourish. I think I may have got that wrong. Bozo insisted that Britain would flourish even without a deal. And then he went all Churchillian on us. He said there will still be Mars bars and and other imports from Europe, or whatever happened. See, I thought Mars bars were made here. Of course, he could have been confused. His hair suggests that he gets confused a lot. Boris said that delaying our glorious Brexit exit day would further erode the trust in politics. Well, that's a laugh. Does anybody trust politics anymore? I'll take that as a no. And he said delaying our exit would fuel suspicion of an elite conspiracy to thwart Brexit, as opposed to a much richer elite who are pushing hardest for it. Does it not occur to the poor and the just about managing that we were persuaded to vote out by people who were funding those campaigns, those urging us to quit at any cost? All those people are millionaires, except the ones that are billionaires. I mean, in your experience, when were millionaires and billionaires ever concerned with acting in the best interests of the poor? And many of the ones that are pushing for the strongest Brexit are all either in industries that won't be affected or are in the financial finagling racket. And, I bet, are actively betting against the economy of this country. And if you think that's unlikely, just remember, we're still trying to climb out of the hole that the financial industry dug for us with the last crash, when they actually sold financial products that they said were AAA rated, can't lose deals. They said that knowing that what they were selling was junk, and then they took a side bet on the deal they were selling that it would collapse. I mean, it doesn't get any worse than that, does it? It's like a car salesman selling you a death trap old banger with no brakes, telling you it's in great shape, and then taking an insurance policy out on your life. So it would be surprising if the hedge funders and all that lot who are big backers of Brexit aren't poised to make millions by pushing our economy off a cliff. Bozo's speech also included promises to cut taxes and limit immigration. And as for the first, I don't doubt that the people in the upper echelons of the Tory party would love to cut taxation for people like themselves. And they'll probably say things like trickle-down economics. They'll say we must support the wealth creators. And the wealth creators will say, oh, thanks very much, and pocket the cash and scarper off to Singapore or Monaco, where they don't have to pay any taxes at all. And as for the immigration, is it a bit off that a man born in America with Turkish, German and French ancestry should be positioning himself as the saviour of Britishness? John in Sidcup says, Boris Johnson promised to lie in front of a bulldozer. Well, today he did that at JCB. He did. He did say he was going to lie in front of a bulldozer. That's smart thinking there, John. Did you think that up yourself? A good one. But it wasn't a bulldozer, it was a backhoe. Rude. Yeah, he scarpered off to Afghanistan to avoid metaphorically lying in front of a bulldozer, didn't he? He accidentally missed the vote on the third runway to Heathrow, which we're going to get, apparently. Stupid idea. We'll add it to the stupid ideas that we have that seem to be guiding this country. Just whoever shouts the loudest, that's all. Rochester, hello, Ray.
Good evening, Nick. Come on, it's first. I'm cutting my teeth for many. Right.
What?
A few decades ago,
yes,
when I was in London, they used to sell cans of London Air for tourists to take back with them. I had a change formula up to British Standard quite mark or something with that product, if it's still marketed. Do you know?
What did you?
Listeners know?
Did you avail yourself of any of that excellent product?
Well, yeah, I worked many days and weeks in London, servicing equipment, etc. And you know,
that's a bit vague, Ray. That's a bit vague. Equipment.
Yeah, no, I didn't actually. I just used to. It gave me a smile when I see it on the shelf in Regent Street, thinking, you know, they're going to actually use the stuff. I wonder.
Fresh London Air, to be taken in moderation. Yeah.
Totally.
It's news to me. I'll look for it on a shelf near me. Thanks a lot, Ray. Take an aerosol of London Air and stick it up your nose. London. Who would buy that? Rubbish. Don't believe a word of it. Conway. Hello, Dave.
Hello, Nick.
Dave.
Okay, mate.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah, just a quick one. Don't you think what's happening in America at the moment is mirroring what's happening in the UK?
How do you mean?
Well, you know, the American country's divided. I mean, I follow Trump on Twitter.
Yeah.
Have you seen his latest tweet?
Well, that would require being looking at Twitter 24 hours a day, because they come out of it like he's like rudery out of a garden hose. No, I haven't.
I'll just quickly tell you what it says.
Go ahead.
Very, very briefly. He says, "Never before seen the Republican Party so unified. No cave on the issue of border and national security." He said it's a beautiful thing. He says, especially when you hear the new rhetoric spewing from the mouths of the Democrats who talk open border.
Okay, no Democrats. No Democrats are talking open border. He lied about that. He lies about absolutely anything he says is a lie. When was the last time he actually told the truth about anything?
Well, can I just say one thing, Nick?
Yes.
Please? Yeah, I actually admire Trump. Now, don't cut me off because I said that. And I'm a Brexiteer. Now, as far as Brexit's concerned, I think it's going to boil down to two options.
Option one?
James O'Brien mentioned it this morning, which I predicted about 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Right, the two options are leave with a no-deal WTO or stay in Europe. Now, the thing is, democracy won't let us stay in Europe unless we have a referendum. Now, James mentioned this morning that a two-question referendum would be a good thing. And the two-question referendum would be, do you want to stay in Europe or shall we leave with a WTO no deal?
No, but why can't we have a deal?
No, because it's actually impossible.
No, it's not.
Exactly why.
It's not impossible.
Why, Nick, let me tell you why.
Tell me why.
Because Theresa May is going to go back to Brussels, yeah?
Yeah.
And she will never be able to get anything that's going to satisfy Parliament. So this is why it's going to boil down to a WTO.
Yeah, I think
she's never going to satisfy Parliament, Nick. And I know I'm not coming across very well.
You are. The only thing that would satisfy Parliament less than no deal, than her deal, is no deal.
Well, they can't take no deal off the table, you see. People think they can take no deal off the table, but it's impossible. They can't do it because that itself goes against democracy. Because the vast majority of Brexiteers actually
no, don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. No, they did not. No, they did not. No, they did not. Nobody. When we had the referendum, nobody had even thought of any of this stuff. We hadn't thought about deals. We hadn't thought about no deals. Nobody even thought about the border in Ireland.
Nick, I'm sorry. I don't actually. Can I just ask you a very quick question?
Oh, okay.
It's a very quick one. I don't know. forgive me for my ignorance, but I mean, are you a Brexiteer or a Remainer?
Well, I voted Remain, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I can't change my mind.
That's a good point, because, you know, many Romanians have now started to change their mind.
Romanians?
Sorry, Romanians. Yeah, Romanians, no.
Yeah.
Well, you could call them Romanians.
Romaniacs.
No, some Remainers have started to change their mind because they've looked into Europe more.
No, it's actually the other way around. A lot of Leavers have changed their minds.
Well, we'll see, but it's going to boil down.
No, we don't have to see. I have proof.
Well, no, we will see in the future when.
Well, it sounds like you're threatening me now.
No, Nick. I'm very mild-mannered man. But what I'm trying to say, Nick, just mark my words.
Yeah.
I predicted this about 3 weeks ago, and James O'Brien has even started saying it now. And I'm a little bit of his. I mean, I have a bit of banter with him on Twitter, but I'm one of his. I admire him as a person, but I'm a completely the opposite spectrum. Now, so I predicted this about 3 weeks ago. It's going to be two options.
Yeah.
It's going to boil down to it, and we're going to get a bit of to and fro in. And then you'll see. So
well, I restate my case that Theresa May will put it to the House first time and it'll get chucked out.
Yeah.
So technically, this is the second time because she bottled on the first time. But I'm going to go back to
and then she'll go back to Europe,
and then she'll go back to Europe, get absolutely nothing at all, and then she'll represent her deal, and Parliament will say, "Oh, all right then."
No, they won't. She can never satisfy Parliament. And
well, the only way to dissatisfy them more than the deal that she's got is to have no deal. So they're stuck, aren't they?
But they can't have no... Yeah, exactly, that's my point. It will be no deal. They'll have to put it through, or we'll have to stay in Europe.
Right.
But we'll never stay in Europe.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's a possibility. We'll leave with a deal of some sort.
Well,
or I mean, who in their right mind would actually call for a second referendum?
We should have a second referendum.
I mean, I want the name of the person that would even suggest to such a thing.
We should have a second referendum.
All right, I've got to go, Dave. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Paul says James O'Brien engages on Twitter. Don't do it, James. It ain't worth it. Paul says Boris Johnson. It's over a year now since I stopped reading all messages on social media, and I don't miss it at all. And neither can I actually go back to doing it now because it would be like sticking my face into a vat of sulphurous ire. So I'm out. I'm free, and I suggest that you do that too. Don't increase the incidence of trolling online, because that's what it all is. It's just childish name calling and spite. Mind you, childish name calling and spite can get you to a very high position these days.
You are going to love President Trump.
Paul says Boris Johnson for PM, God forbid. Although deciphering all the riddles he talks in would make even more entertainment than the Times cryptic crossword puzzle. Yeah, I'll stick with the Telegraph. I haven't tried the Times. And I know what you're going to say. Oh, the Telegraph's the easy one. Shut up. And says, do you think Boris is related to Donald Trump? They both have similar personalities. Fabricate just a little bit. German ancestry, bulky bodies and similar hair types. What do you think? Well, have you ever seen them in the same room together? No. I rest my case. Has Boris Johnson lost some weight? He's got a new flame, hasn't he? He's, I bet you strip into his running shorts and he'd look absolutely fantastic.
Disgusting.
And says, Jim says, oh no, it was the Labour Party that bankrupted us. Are you kidding? Are you saying that just to be amusing, Jim? It was the Labour Party that bankrupted us. He says, haven't you heard the Tory Party lying about that for the last 8... Oh. I should have read to the end of the missive before coming to a conclusion. I don't know anything about it, but it doesn't prevent me from having a strong opinion. The Labour Party.
And dangerous, man.
I'd just like to say that His Majesty is the most wonderful driver. His Majesty's driving is beyond reproach. His Majesty is wonderful driving, as is his custom with all things.
0345 6060 973. All these reports about, the Chucky Embra, he was all right, don't worry about that. What about the people in the other car? Has anybody thought a thing about them?
No.
0345 6060 973. Billy says, just a reminder, rioters on the streets of France every night, Germany in technical recession under a 4-times chancellor with just 20% of the vote and a fascist government in Italy. We're not a laughingstock, our awful politicians are. The people's vote, brought to you by the same lot responsible for the Iraq war. It's a no from me. Bojo is right. We either leave with a CETA-style free trade agreement or a managed WTO exit. What does a managed exit on WTO rules mean? What does managed mean? That's just leaving, isn't it? There ain't no such thing as a managed exit other than without a deal. You ain't got no deal, ain't no managed exit, is it? Let's have a call in Stockton-on-Tees. Brian.
Yeah, good evening, Nick.
Oh, good evening, Brian.
You know, I was talking about Brexit.
Oh, God, here we go again.
I've been listening, Nick, and you said after 2.5 years, no further forward.
No.
You know, hopeless. But let's face it, Nick, you've got to admit this. Remainers have negotiated this deal. The useless Remainers.
Theresa May is not a Remainer.
She is.
No, she isn't. She's Mrs. Hard Brexit.
Right. Well, why, if she isn't a Remainer, did she block Davis out of the talks, Dominic Raab out of the talks, and this Barclay couldn't get involved in
Well,
them?
David Davis didn't exactly cover himself with glory, did he?
Yeah, but the point was, he resigned after Chequers, didn't he? Raab was introduced, he resigned, and then...
Brian, let me ask you this. Let's just cut to the end part.
Get on.
If you think that Theresa May is such a staunch Remainer, why is she insisting, despite all pleading, that we are leaving?
I'll tell you why. Shall I? She's lied all the way through it.
Oh, so she's kidding about this?
No, but she's lied. She originally said, leave means leave.
Well, it does.
Single market, customs union, come to Chequers, and she switched around the other way. She lied, didn't she? No. She has said now that no Article 50, don't change the date. She has said no second referendum. Me and my government have to deliver Brexit.
Yes.
So why, if that is the case, why hasn't she took Remain off the table?
Why has she taken Remain off the table? No one's asked her about Remain.
No,
it's the taking no deal off the table that people are shouting at her about.
Yeah, who won this referendum? They want to take no deal off. That is our last
Oh, Brian, you are deluded. Talk about...
no, you're deluded, Nick.
Oh, OK. I knew it was one of us.
Right. How come in 2.5 years, when we vote to leave, Theresa May and their government have said, we are going to deliver Brexit, some form of Brexit. Right. I'm not saying a clean break, some forms, same as you.
Right, so what are you complaining about?
So why hasn't she took Remain off the table? And then she might get something off the...
She has taken Remain off the table. What are you saying?
Officially.
Well, right, what do you mean officially? Every time she's been asked, she says, we are leaving. If that's not taking Remain off the table, I don't know what is. Brian, you've got... you need to be wearing... do you have tinfoil in the kitchen? Because fashion yourself a hat. I think radio waves from outer space are affecting your concentration.
She has never put Remainers back in the box. These... Parliament Remainers.
Brian,
and they're still going at it now.
She has said until she's blue in the face that we are leaving.
She's lied all the time.
Okay, so but everybody has told an untruth at some point in their life. So must nobody be trusted at all ever.
A deal went down by 230 votes, right? So what she's doing now? She said, "I'm going to have a cross-party talk at number 10."
Yes.
So the Liberals go. Vince Cable, you don't need a sleeping talk with him, do you? Knock you to sleep, he's snoring as soon as he opens his mouth.
What's that got to do?
He said, I'll only come if you say no deal took off the table and second referendum.
Well, her position is difficult in that regard because when she's going to the EU and trying to bully them in with brinkmanship into giving us a better deal, which they've said they aren't going to do, the only weapon that she's got is to say, right, that's it, we're leaving. with no deal. That's the only thing that she's got. That's the only leverage in her arsenal. So that's why she can't take no deal, even though she doesn't want no deal, and Parliament doesn't want no deal, and the vast number of people in this country don't want no deal. She can't say we won't leave with no deal, because that's the only bit of leverage she's got. That's why she won't say it.
Right. The SNP have said the same as Liberals. Plaid Cymru, all a lot. Corbyn wouldn't go to it, so he went Hilary Benn and Yvette Cooper, was it?
Right.
What did they say? Exactly the same as Vince Cable and the SNP. So why is she having these crossfires? You can't talk to these people, can you?
Well, you have to try.
But you can't debate with them. It's impossible. Every one of them said, second referendum, take no deal off the table. Every one of them. And what has Corbyn said? I'll only come to the meeting if you take no deal off the table.
Yeah.
So how can you talk to these people? It's impossible.
Well, what do you suggest will happen then? I regret asking that question, but go ahead and answer it.
What will happen now?
Yeah.
The problem is, as I keep going back to it, you do not know with Theresa May. She keeps doing U-turns, Nick. You can't trust
I think that's the last thing that she does. She doesn't do U-turns at all. She sticks doggedly to her initial response. That's what people are complaining about with Theresa May. She's just rigid.
You were saying she never took a U-turn.
She's rigid as a dancing.
Right. You keep saying, on your programme now, you keep saying, Boris Johnson, Rees-Mogg, and all of them, they're going to make a fortune betting against the pound.
Well, I didn't mention them by name.
Well, you said, we know what you're talking about.
Well, no, you don't.
The Leavers. You said the Leavers.
I think there's certain individuals who put a lot of money behind Leave, who, if they aren't betting against the pound, then they're not very good at their job.
So Remainers have no money there. Remainers have no money there. They're not going to bet in it. Right. You conveniently forget about a bloke called George Soros, don't you? George Soros,
oh, God.
multi-billionaire.
Seriously, Brian, I think you need to stop reading the internet.
A multi-billionaire. No, it's official. The man who broke the bank, he won £1 billion betting against...
Well, he didn't win it.
£1 billion betting against the pound.
Yeah.
Right?
Because that's his job.
What is he? A Remainer? Big Remainer? No, come on, Nick. You've got to say both sides of it, haven't you? You can't just blame one side.
What does George Soros have to do with Brexit?
George Soros is trying to stop Brexit. He just put money at the Gina Miller thing, didn't he? 800,000 was it? He's put a lot of money into trying to stop Brexit.
Brian, you've got to stop reading the internet. Seriously, get your news from an established fake news source. Like, I don't know, just pick one. The Times, The Guardian, the Sun, even. The Mirror. Just pick one of the papers that gets printed. Just stop reading Facebook. It's affecting your mind. And I mean that with great love and affection. Thanks a lot, Brian. I can't stand it anymore. 0345 6060 973. Oh, did they only give 5?
Yeah, just the top 5.
Ah. Ahead of the deadline of the 31st of this month, HMRC has released a list of the strangest excuses they've received for late tax returns. Well, these are the 5 that Zora just said. Is this it?
Those are the top 5.
Well, what about top 10?
I don't think there is a top 10.
Oh, rubbish. My mother-in-law's a witch and she put a curse on me. I'm too short to reach the postbox. I was just too busy. My first maid left, my second maid stole from me, and my third maid was very slow to learn. Our junior member of staff registered our client in self-assessment by mistake because they were not wearing their glasses, and my boiler had broken and my fingers were too cold to type. That's top 5 excuses as released by HMRC ahead of the deadline on the 31st of this month to pay your tax, which the government will then just throw away. They might as well set fire to it. It's all going to go on overtime for army personnel to quell disturbance on the street. And I bet Boris Johnson is loading up his I told you so's when the government is in want of his Waffen Squirter 9000s. hose those protesters off the streets.
That's everything.
This text says, who called it Brexit and not the Great British Break-Off? This text... Oh, by the way, isn't it fantastic that Ant or Dec is back doing, all of that fantastic work? Which one is it? Ant. Oh, thank goodness he's back. Now he'll be regaling us with all of those funny lines like, all those funny things that he used to say like, I can't think of anything he's ever said. This text says, isn't it funny that the same factions against Trump seem to be massively against Brexit here? Why are so many against the democratic principle now? I assume that that's a Russian bot that wrote that. Was it a Russian bot?
Affirmative.
Taunton. Hello, Ava.
Hello.
Ava.
I think you need to read The Guardian and find out how
The
naughty
Guardian?
Boring! I hate The Guardian too, but you mentioned that man who was just
Hate's
on
a
the
strong
phone.
word, Ava.
Hate is the way I would say.
It's a strong word, but not strong enough.
George Soros, his foundation is backing anti-Brexit.
Well, it's back in a second vote, which is not necessarily the same thing.
His Open Society Foundation is very sinister.
Sinister? No, it is not.
Well, I mean...
In what way is it sinister?
Well, obviously, he's, in my opinion, a New World Order stooge.
Oh, God, what does that mean?
Big business, globalisation...
Big business?
The little people out of
Really?
jobs.
Ava, what car do you drive?
A lovely Peugeot.
A Peugeot, and what was that made by?
I would like to buy a British car.
Well, you're fresh out of luck, Ava.
Yeah, but what have our governments, successive governments, done? They've sold our British manufacturing and given it all back to the Germans.
Well, the government never owned the British car manufacturers.
Well, I would like to have our own British cars. If you could arrange that, I'll buy British.
There's no such thing as a British car anymore. Neither can you buy a British television or a British... you probably can't buy a British toaster or a British shirt or a British pair of shoes anymore. And that's not the fault of the people that make them, and it's not the government's fault. It's us. It's the consumer's fault.
Well, Peugeot are still going to be wanting to sell their cars to the British. Now, are they going to stop? Or are they going to sell them to someone else? Or what's Peugeot?
Well, I would
and all
imagine
the
that Peugeot sells most of their cars in France, don't they?
Well, they seem to be selling a lot here too, because they're pretty good cars.
If you say so.
Can I go back to Soros? Because he's the man. I wouldn't have phoned you up, but you wound me up.
Mm-hmm.
Soros, as far as I'm concerned, he's dangerous.
But why, though? What makes you concerned?
Because he interferes with the democratic process.
Well, so do the Russians. So do the Russians. Do you think that they're dangerous?
I don't want to talk about the Russians.
Well, no, you're criticising George Soros of interfering in the business of other countries, which I would...
George Soros, let's go back to him.
Put a question mark next to
People are
that.
always talking about the Russians, and I'm not interested in them. I'm talking about George Soros.
Yes, but nobody's suggesting that George Soros affected the result of Brexit, but people are suggesting that the Russians did. So I think you're concentrating on the wrong thing here, Ava.
He took £1 billion out of our economy Black Wednesday.
No, he didn't. He did not do that.
$1 billion betting against the pound.
That's right. That's what hedge funds do all the time. That's what they're in business to do.
And what has he done to other small countries too? He's interfered in their democratic process, and he keeps getting away with it.
Well, by interfering, I think you mean increasing democracy.
I don't think so at all. Undermining.
But what makes you say that, other than there's just this vague notion that he is part of the global elite, whatever that means?
Well, it's things like AI and everything else. It's going to put people, the small people, the poor people, people living up north, it's going to put them out of jobs.
AI?
Artificial intelligence.
Well, what's that got to do with George Soros?
Well, he'd be paying for that as well, won't he? He had so much.
You've got to be kidding me. George Soros is behind artificial intelligence.
Correct. He had groups that were investing in everything that's harmful to society.
Ava, artificial intelligence is Amazon. Did you ever buy anything on Amazon?
I don't. No,
Well, did you ever buy anything off the internet? Do you have a smartphone? Have you got a computer?
Oh.
Yes,
Come on,
that's
I will have
artificial intelligence.
Can we go back to Soros?
No, because you just seem to be all over the shop. George Soros is going to fire everybody in the north because of artificial intelligence.
He's certainly going about doing a very bad problem with our Brexit, and I wish he'd just leave us alone, butt out.
But you're saying that and refusing to countenance that Russia had anything to do with it, even though all the evidence suggests that they tried really hard in both this country and America to swerve an election their way. But you're ignoring that because because you agree with Russia.
It's very easy for any country in the world, especially the very clever countries, to put the fingerprint of another country on their hacking.
Oh, okay. At this point, we are digressing. We're diverting, not digressing. We are taking different paths here, Ava. You appear to be a conspiracy theorist. The next thing you'll tell me is that we didn't land on the moon.
Who coined the phrase conspiracy theorist? It was the CIA in connection with JFK's death. Now, who killed JFK? You can go on to that now.
Oh, well, I hate to ask, but just for amusement's sake, who killed JFK?
Yeah, well, not going to say it over, but I think you'll find that...
Well, it's a secret? It's a secret that only you know?
Well, I don't want to say on the phone.
Why not? Because you don't want to say anything crazy? Come on, I think we've stepped over that Rubicon.
Who do you think... you tell me who you think killed JFK.
The fella in the book depository.
No.
Oh, yeah, I got that wrong. Okay, so who was it then? It was the mafia.
Absolutely.
It was George Soros. Was it George Soros?
They are a type of mafia, but the people who actually coined the phrase...
Yeah, the CIA did it. The CIA.
CIA.
Right, okay. So it's the deep state, and Donald Trump was right all along.
I'm not interested in Donald Trump.
But
all
yes.
American presidents are the same. All American presidents are
that is absolutely not true. All American presidents are the same.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
See, it's untrue. He can be more presidential than all of them. He said so himself.
They are all puppets, and there's
puppets
all
of
people behind
puppets
them.
of.
Puppets probably are people like Cheney and Rumsfeld.
I thought that they were part of the government.
Well, the presidents might be the front of the government, but they're certainly not the people running the show. I'm undecided on Trump.
Oh, well, thank goodness for that. There's one thing that you haven't made a strong opinion about. I hesitate to ask this, Ava. What do you do for a living? Please don't say teacher.
Well, actually, no. I work with computers, actually, believe it or not. So.
Well, not.
And about 40 years
If you're giving me an option, then I choose not.
40 years ago, I was selling computers and working in a bureau.
Oh, so the advance of AI is actually your fault.
Well,
thanks a lot, Ava.
I'm afraid it's coming from the Devil's Playground in Silicon Valley. So that's another place I'm not very happy about.
Right, okay, well, is there anywhere that you are happy about?
I love this country.
All of it?
This country to be independent from a failing Europe, where we've got yellow vests. Paris stinks.
Paris stinks?
It really does. I went there a few weeks ago, and all it was a dirty place where people were peeing in the doorways.
What, as opposed to London?
London's not quite so dirty.
I disagree. I think it's the other way around entirely, Ava. But I guess we see what we want to see, don't we?
I visit Hackney regularly.
Hackney? Yeah. Paris is worse than Hackney.
Much worse.
Oh, please! Now you really have lost touch with reality. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about the yellow vest protest, and I'm talking about.
So you're saying that we should get out of Europe because it's not perfect?
There's a hell of a lot wrong with Europe. And look at the way the EU has treated the Greeks and the Italians.
Well, somebody's got to get their house in order. If they can't do it themselves, then perhaps they should be prodded in the right direction.
No, the Deutschmark, as far as I'm concerned, just
doesn't exist anymore. Yeah,
well,
there is that.
They replaced it with the euro, and the Germans are doing very well out of the euro, whereas the Greeks and the Italians are having a very hard life at the moment.
Well, they're having a hard life entirely due to their own ineptitude, collecting taxes apart from anything else.
Well, I know the Greeks don't like to pay their taxes.
Yeah, and that will eventually come home to roost. Those chickens will come home, Ava.
They might, but as far as I'm concerned, the Germans and the French are not doing a very good job of the EU.
And this country is being run excellently well.
All of our politicians for decades have failed us. They've sold off everything.
And yet you want to give them, and yet you want to give those very people complete control.
Well, I certainly would prefer them to Juncker and Barnier and all those people.
Really, because I think that an unrestricted Conservative Party, for instance, without impediment, would not necessarily act in the best interests of all of the people, as would a group of different and disparate politicians from all sorts of different parties acting in the best interests of the 27, 28 countries of the EU. I think it's more likely that the little people will get a better deal from a vast conglomeration of different voices rather than one voice coming from the government of this country.
Why do you think the Yellow Vests are protesting in Paris for the
because they don't want to pay tax. They don't want to pay a higher tax. Because the exact same reason that Trump got in and that and Brexit happened in this country, Ava. It's because people have been left behind. Not everybody has enjoyed the fruits of the new world, not the new world order, but the new world. But that's true of every revolution. We're going through an industrial revolution at the moment. And you said AI, and that revolution hasn't even started yet. What we've got at the moment is a revolution of communications. And we have different skills now than we used to need just 5 or 10 years ago. And so, particularly 20 years ago. And so those people that used to do those banging, crashing, dirty fingernail jobs, they ain't got no jobs no more. But it's about to get much worse. I mean, there's people that feel left behind now, the sort of 40-plus people that train to be, I don't know, trained to go into the factories or trained to go down to pit or all of these kind of jobs that don't exist anymore. They are aggrieved that their life didn't work out the way that they were told. Go, work hard at school, get your O-levels, and we'll take you on at the pit. Well, the pit's shut now, and they don't have the skills to do anything else. And so, of course, they're left behind, and of course they're angry. I mean, this life isn't, it's not a rehearsal. You only get to go round once. So, yes, it's annoying. But like lashing out wildly and trying to upend everything in the hope that life will magically come to how you imagined it would be is the stuff of dreams. Plus, it's all about to get much worse. So, setting ourselves adrift on choppy waters with no rudder and no direction. And the captain appears to be either drunk or incompetent or both. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to have a happy voyage. Just saying. But anyway, Ava, I think you're another one that needs to stop reading the internet. It's very dangerous. Stick to the puppy dog videos. You can't go wrong with those. I think we let the cat out of the bag there, by the way. The CIA killed JFK.
Absolutely.
With a little help from the Cosa Nostra and George Soros. I think he was the one that actually broke into the library in the first. Pimlico says, we all know who shot JFK. It was a Remainer. He says, I read it in the newspaper, so it must be true. Max says, put Eva on your next podcast. Oh, I don't know. I'll think about it. And this text says, why is Nigel Farage obsessed with fish? Why is Nigel Farage obsessed with fish?
I'm a nutcase.
He says, he's now banging on about Norway without the fish. God, if I hear one more word about the bloomin' fish and the bloomin' fishing industry, who cares? You know how many people are... shall I go through this again? Do you really want me to go through this whole thing again?
No.
All right, then. You know how many people are employed by the fishing industry? I think it's... I can't remember. So there it is. But I do know that Harrods employs more people and makes more money. The gaming industry is worth way more than the fishing industry. And when do you hear about their needs being met? computer games. Pew, pew, all that stuff. It's worth billions. And they are desperately trying to persuade the government not to crash out of the EU, because they are in need of the expertise that resides in Europe in order to make oodles of money, which we can use to, prop up the NHS and buy weapons of mass destruction, all that important stuff. Whereas the fishing industry is a dying industry because they're pulling stuff out of the ocean too quickly, and we complain about fishing quotas, which is just such a stupid thing to complain about. For crying out loud, the European Union are trying to save fish, otherwise we won't have any. And besides, most of the fish that we catch in our waters we don't like. It's mackerel. Do we like mackerel?
Negative.
So we sell it, guess where? To Europe. That's right, because it's right there. They love a bit of it. Mackerel. Ugh.
Disgusting.
But I've got no idea why Nigel Farage is obsessed with fish. And I don't even know what Norway without the fish means. Is that Norway minus? Plus, the text says, have you ever noticed he bears a striking resemblance to Admiral Akbar from Star Wars? And I had no idea who that was, so I had to look it up. That is very rude. Angel, Ahmed.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Nick.
An ecstasy of fumbling. Yes, sir.
I'm calling about Europe, yeah. And I was pro-Europe, pro-EU, and basically I was a Remainer. But at the moment, as I'm thinking, yeah, I'm just really angry with Europe, with EU.
What have they done now?
Because, they're just, delaying this and not negotiating properly with any politician.
Are you kidding me?
They're not gonna do it.
The European Union are delaying it? It's the European Union's delaying tactics?
Yes, I think so. I think it's in their interest, yeah, to stop Brexit or basically delay it. That's in their interest.
Well, it might be in their interest to stop it, perhaps, yeah. but they know that that's not going to happen.
Well, these politicians, I don't trust them anymore. I think they are working for Europe, not for the people. Now,
how can you say that? I mean, talk about conspiracy theories. It's just been one after another. It's been, 6 in a row on the Nicky Abbott show.
No, but,
Theresa May keeps saying it over, and how many times do you need her to say it? We are leaving. She's given the date and the time. Check your watch, Ahmed.
No, I understand that, but, I was really upset. I'm a Labour supporter, yeah, and when Jeremy Corbyn said that, take the no deal off the table, can you believe that? I mean, look, take second referendum off the table, yeah? Take extension of Article 50 off the table, but no deal. If you took no deal off the table, how are you going to negotiate when you go back there? Because they know...
Yes, but there's I understand what you're saying, but there is no point to keeping the no deal part. The EU have already said they're not going to negotiate anymore. Well, time's up anyway.
No, I understand that, but, they're scared of no deal. They don't want no deal. And that's what these politicians, they should realize that
when you say they, you're talking about Europe.
EU, I'm saying EU.
The EU. But then we are also scared of it, Ahmed.
No.
Yes.
Look.
Yes, we are.
But look,
the vast number of our politicians, the people who we have elected to represent our interests, say no deal would be a catastrophe.
But they're not going to give you another deal.
Exactly. So this is the deal. This is the deal.
This deal, this is also, is a bad deal. And they're going to...
In what way is it a bad deal? You're not going to please one side and you're not going to please the other side. So I think Mrs. M has negotiated a route down the middle, which doesn't flip the country. It doesn't flip the country upside down and set it on fire. At least we'll still have a country to get back.
I think, the Ireland, the backstop, the Irish backstop, I think it's just there to basically blackmail us, or leave.
Well, have you heard Irish politicians talking on this issue? They don't think that it's nothing. They're exercised beyond belief. They're red in the face, fists clenched, eyes bulging. They're so furious.
I think, this is going to be a problem for us in the future to do.
And Ireland, really?
Yes. No.
That's like saying there might be trouble in the Middle East in the future.
No, I'm just thinking, I was so pro-Europe, I'm just thinking, they're making it so hard.
No, they're not. We are making it hard. Let's take a step back for just a minute. They're not leaving, we are. We have given them this giant headache, this massive amount of money, and oxygen being sucked out of the room by Brexit. Whereas they could have just been carrying on, doing business. They could have just been carrying on running Europe. But no, this comical sideshow they've had to be dealing with for the last couple of years. And we're telling them that they are the ones that are giving us a hard time?
Okay, I think, if EU is so good, and I was thinking it's a good, EU is very good, if it's so good, they should let us leave, and then maybe we will come back and enter, because 52% people said, you want to leave.
There is no going back. What are you talking about? We're in, we're leaving. It's taken 2 years to negotiate leaving. You think they're going to welcome us back?
If it's a good club and they want us, sure. Why not? If it's a good club, in a good club, you should want people, more and more countries. So, if we leave and after 5 years or sometime, we can come back, then other countries are going to join as well, and they're going to say, look, this is good. But if they're making hard for us to leave, I mean... No,
incorrect, Ahmed. They are trying to negotiate a bad situation into the best that they can get for the members of that club. They're not interested in our best interests now, because we're leaving.
Okay, I understand that, but look, they should think like, look, if they give us a good deal, if it's easy to leave, then we will, if
then we'll go back. Ahmed, I don't, you're deluded. What are you talking about? They wouldn't want us back.
No, look, we can't go back. Look, it's all happened. I was against referendum, but it's the guy's fault, David Cameron's fault that he hold a referendum. I was against that. It shouldn't have been a referendum, Now, look, you can't go back. It's all done. There should not be a second referendum, I think. That should be off the table anyway.
Why? Because more democracy is bad.
No. I think, we need to show the people, the 52%, look, it's bad outside Europe. Let's go back in. That's the only way. I think there shouldn't be other way, Because you can't lie to these people and just speculate, oh, no deal is bad, and, outside Europe is bad, this. You need to see it.
No, but it won't make any difference. If we leave Europe, let's just imagine a worst-case scenario. If we leave Europe and we enter a recession that lasts for 10 years, we basically go back to what it was like in the 1970s. Petrol prices were through the roof. Unemployment was on a massive scale. The rubbish was piling up in the streets. There was dead bodies in Leicester Square that were going unburied, and all of the rest of it. People wouldn't blame it on Europe. They would blame it on something else, because it wouldn't happen the very next day. It would happen over a period of time. And so, I mean, already we've had negative consequences. Already the pound is much lower. That means that things are more expensive. But you don't really notice it, because it doesn't go up by 10% the very next day, because supermarkets swallow that increase in prices because they don't want to lose trade to the supermarket down the road. And so they absorb that for a while, and then gradually the cost of things increases. If we could go back in time 3 years, then you'd see it. But because it happens gradually, you don't associate it with being part of the EU. It's just life.
Okay, I think, in the last 3 years, I blame it on Europe as well, because they're making it hard for us.
Oh, God. We've dealt with this, Ahmed. They're not making it hard for us. They're dealing for themselves. That's the nature of what's happening here. We're trying to negotiate for us, and they're doing it for them. They're not doing us... It's not their business to do us a favour. We've given them a giant headache.
They like it now, like this, deadlock. They love it.
Oh, you're deluded. I'm sorry, Ahmed. I can't stand it anymore. I wish you all the best and all, but they love it. This nightmare that has befallen all of us, all of those people spending all of this money And all of this time going on and on and on, and getting all of the leaders together at vast expense and trying to negotiate this labyrinthine deal. They're loving it? I'm afraid not. They're hating it. They must absolutely hate us. I bet they can't wait to get rid of us. Just see the back of us. I mean, they'd rather see the back of this entire process. They'd rather it didn't happen. Most of the people in this country would rather it hadn't happened. But to say that Europe is being difficult is just comical. Michael says, remember that storyline in Dallas when the whole of the last 2 seasons had been someone's dream and every rewound to before every got shot at a wedding plan B? Well, you're making perfect sense, Michael. Does anybody have any idea what that meant?
No.
Chris says, isn't it about time that Remainers accepted the democratic result of the referendum, accepted democracy and moved on? What's happening to democracy, says Chris. Well, democracy was usurped by the Russians. Chris, since you asked, it was usurped by the Russians and a lot of oily chancers with suspicious ties to Russia who told us lies through their teeth that everything was going to be great once we were out from under the auspices of the evil European superstate. How's it going so far?
Oh, fabulous.
It's not democracy just to pick a date at random in the past and say that whatever people thought then is what we're going to live with for the rest of our lives. It's not democracy to take a country in the direction that most of the people in that country do not want to go in. What's democratic about that? Plus, the information that we had was scant, to say the least, and all of it was a lie upon which we based our opinions on that day so very long ago. Paul says it's not looking good for those 40 trade deals that Leanne Fox said would be ready to go the day after we Brexit. Was it Leanne Fox or David Davis? I think it was David Davis, wasn't it? He said, I believe they currently stand at 0. Why is nobody concerned about this? Oh, we've got other things to think about, Paul. It's snowing in Liverpool, so, we're up to our eyeballs. Yeah, I think David Davis has said that there was these 40 trade deals will be really, really easy. It'll be the easiest trade deals in history. And they'll all be ready to go on day 1. Yeah, so far we've got 0. None at all. 0 down, 40 to go. Here's calling in Reading. Hello, Gary.
Hi there, Nick. I'm not going to go into a long call like the last 2 calls. Just before I start...
Gary, please speak directly into the phone.
I'll just quickly recap the last couple of calls for you. The EU are looking after themselves like we would do. Italy and Greece overspent, thus they've broken the Lisbon Treaty. Then we had that's just 2. But I think that recaps the sort of people we've been talking to.
Yeah, Europe is full of meanies, and they won't give us what we want, and we should immediately get what we want because we're British. Damn it!
And next time George Soros comes up, just remind him of Chris Finodi that made $2 million for betting against the pound on the referendum day.
Well, he's well, I don't know about that, but he's the fellow that is part of the money bags behind the Leave campaign.
Yes, and he also bet on the pound. He was having a gloat the day afterwards on a BBC programme and saying how wonderful life was. What I was going to say is, I wonder why this misnomer of no deal keeps on rocking and rolling. A deal will be done. I think what will happen is, because the thing is, if there is no deal, then we can't be on WTO terms because you can't have a free trade area. That's the European Union next to a WTO country, which would be Northern Ireland, and not have a hard border. Thus, you'd be breaking the Good Friday Agreement, which they all agreed in the actual Withdrawal Act that's been put into statute.
Yeah, but these are just facts. These are just facts, Gary, and nobody's interested in facts anymore.
Oh, sorry. What I think is going to happen is actually, I don't know if you saw after the vote that May lost by 230 MPs to zip, that Dominic Grieve has actually offered a deal to Theresa May. And what he's proposing is we have a second vote, and her bill goes up against Remain in a people's vote.
Right, so do you want to stay in, do you want Theresa May's deal, or do you want no deal? Should be the third option.
No, why should it be no? Why should there be 3 deals on the table? Let's face it, I've just said you can't have a no deal. And the point is that they've had 2.5 years to negotiate something, and the Leavers have got... How are you going to go through 17.4 million people and ask them what version of leave they want? The government have chosen what sort of leave they feel is the best for the country, so that's their choice. We either leave on Theresa May's deal, or you vote to remain. Seems fair to me.
Well, I suppose so, yeah. But it won't seem fair to 17.4 million people who've all decided after the fact of the type of Brexit that they wanted, having not considered it at all before their vote.
What type of Brexit do they want? Shall we go and... Perhaps we need to go back and poll 17.4 million people, and they can just put it all down on a piece of paper.
They want a magical Brexit deal which will restore some imaginary past.
What, unicorns?
Well, unicorns may be a feature, yes. Unicorns and there will be rainbows and fluffy clouds, and the sun will always be shining, but it won't be too hot and it won't be too cold. It'll be just right.
And one of those camels that milks Skittles. Is that right?
You've lost me there.
Haven't you seen the ad where the guy at the rasta is actually just milking a giraffe and Skittles coming out?
I haven't seen that advert, but then I don't watch television adverts. I skip through adverts at 30 times normal speed, like everybody else. Thanks a lot, Gary. I've got to go. Cheers, mate. Television adverts. Does anybody watch those anymore?
No.
He was milking camels and Skittles came out.
Disgusting.
Never heard such a thing in my life. Is that true? Did that actually happen? Paul says, given what you said about the Brexit campaign, what's your view on Jacob Rees Mob now having his own show on LBC? He says it's bad enough listening to Nigel Farage.
I'm a nutcase.
I think it's just superb. I think a multiplicity of voices on the radio is a good thing. I think it's a very good thing that people should have an opinion. Because for the longest time, people weren't allowed an opinion on the radio. I mean, can you imagine if the newspapers or any other medium was run in such a fashion? Can you imagine if newspapers weren't allowed to have an opinion on anything? I mean, just ludicrous. Or if you went to the cinema and they weren't allowed to have an opinion on any subject. Or the theatre, or books. Ridiculous. But we're free of that now, thank goodness. James says, this is what I see happening. The EU are going to kick us out before this lot's sorted out. They're going to say, right, that's it, you're leaving. They're going to call the gendarme. Well, the gendarme are busy. They're busy getting paving stones chucked at them by irate French people. But at least they can see them from a distance. Here's calling Harrow. Hello, Sylvia.
Hi, Nick.
Sylvia.
I spoke to you months ago.
Ah, yes.
And things are just getting worse and worse. And every day I listen to people on the phone, on the radio, and I just cannot believe what I'm hearing.
Is it the acidity that is exercising you?
Exercising me. I thought I'll have a little bit of light relief. I'll put on Nick.
Yes.
Before I go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And then I hear all these conspiracy theorists, and I'm thinking, oh my God.
Yes.
It's just getting worse and worse. The only deal, in my opinion now, is a bad deal, and Mrs. May, bless her heart, is trying to do her best. We're never
I believe that. I believe that too. I almost
really
feel sorry for her. If she,
I feel sorry for her.
A little bit.
I do, a little bit. Honestly, I didn't in the beginning, but I do.
Yeah.
I do. Who else would want her job?
I don't know. It must be a nightmare to climb up the greasy pole of politics with everything that's involved, always having your eye on the prize, the top job, and when you get there, it's this.
Poor woman.
Yeah.
And the thing is, basically, we're never going to get the deal. We had a marvellous deal. I just don't understand. I mean, these are self-inflicted wounds.
Yeah.
completely.
This country's been given a rifle, and it's our first instinct was to shoot ourselves in the foot with it.
In the foot, everywhere. I mean, and we are falling off the cliff now. I mean, there is going to be such trouble in this country.
Well, there already has been. I mean, people don't seem to realise that the industry has already made decisions about investment. I mean, the industry makes decisions about investment on a weekly basis. It always comes up. And they haven't been able to, with confidence, invest in this country for years now. And so they've made decisions to invest elsewhere. And those decisions, regardless of what kind of deal we're going to get now, are not going to be undone.
No.
We've lost already.
I listen to experts. Not the man in the street.
Are you out of your mind, Sylvia? Experts? What for?
That's right. And I must just, the analogy that James always uses, which is the emperor has no clothes, and I add to, and when he says that, I say out loud to myself, he's booted and suited as far as the Brexiteers are concerned. I mean, it's just... I don't know what to say anymore. We're leaving the club.
Well, you've said enough. You've said plenty, Sylvia.
I know.
So, is it time to go to bed?
Go to bed.
Right.
Now.
Yes, that's very exciting. Donald Trump is going to issue an edict from the White House about the terrible situation that is going on over there because he wants to build a wall.
I'm building a wall, okay?
Yeah, you're not building a wall. He's going to build a wall, or it might be a fence, or there might be a line on the ground, or it might be invisible. Yeah, so that's going to be tomorrow at 8 o'clock about the terrible situation in America, all those government officials who aren't getting paid. Of course, the First Lady has already issued her statement.
I don't care.
0345 6060 973. This text says, even though I am worried about Britain's future, I have got to hand it to Theresa May for having one of the hardest jobs I've ever seen in British politics. Fair play to the woman. The stress must be enormous. I would love to see all the armchair political experts walk a day in her kitten heels. Paul says, I got the podcast on an Android app, no problemo. Yeah, we're talking about the my podcast. I've got a new one. I took a long period off over Christmas because I was working very, very hard here. I was working every day for 16 days in a row.
Stop whining!
I knew that was coming up and it still made me laugh. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, my podcast. So there's a new one. It's brand new, fresh. Smell it. Oh, so delicious. And I know you can get it on an Android app, but I was talking about our Android app. If you download the LBC app, then you'll find that you can catch up on any show over the last week for free, and furthermore, nothing. But unless it's my phone, which is a very old phone, I don't think you can actually go to... I don't think you can get a podcast on it. I've tried, and I just can't do it. You can do it on the Apple one. I just wonder if anybody in the building knows that, because everybody in the building does Apple. I think I'm probably the only person in this entire building that has got an Android phone. Have you got an Apple phone?
Yeah.
See? Everybody. But I ain't got no Apple phone because I don't like Apple. It's not that I hate them or anything, it's just that I really, really hate them. I hate them for screwing up my iTunes. I took iTunes from one computer and put it on another computer, and this was an expertly curated iTunes folder. I'd actually spent stupid amounts of time downloading artwork for albums that didn't have it, going out and seeking it out, just so that it all was perfect. And then I switched it from one computer to another, and it was as though somebody had taken the entire thing and just thrown it up into the air. Instead of hundreds, if not thousands of albums, all expertly put into order, I just have now hundreds of tracks that are marked track 1 and hundreds of tracks that are marked track 2 with no information about what they are or what kind of order they should be in. I'm not angry about it, but I'm absolutely blooming furious. So I will not buy anything from Apple ever again unless they're advertising on this show, in which case I think you'll find that it is an excellent company and they do wonderful work. Walsall, hello Andy.
Hello. Hi.
Yes, Andy.
Well, I just want to make a few points, really. The situation with taking no deal off the table.
Yes.
That's removing the only card we actually have left in the deck, to be honest.
Yeah, but we don't really have that card in the deck. They know we won't use it.
But doesn't that mean that, well, if they can just throw whatever deal they want to us, and we will take it then?
Yeah, but they're not. They're acting in their best interests.
Well, yeah, they're businessmen, technically.
Well, they're politicians.
The United Kingdom is a business, if you...
I suppose so.
view it from that point of view.
Yeah.
But if we take it away, then what do we have left to play with?
Well, see, but we're taking it away. What we're taking away is we will commit suicide if you don't give us what we want. That's not much of a negotiating chip, is it?
Well, the thing is like, if we ended up taking no deal, and we did well, and
it seems unlikely though. I mean, almost nobody that has expressed a preference has said that we will do well.
Yeah, but these are the people that the day after we all voted out said that this country's now going to dive into recession, and
who did?
Exports are going to go down the drain, and the exact opposite happened. So,
well, who said that?
Well, various pundits, various...
I'm not talking about pundits, I'm talking about people that run companies.
Well, no, but various people, predicted that, if this country votes out the day before the...
that bad things would happen, and bad things did happen.
But not, not to the degree that they predicted.
Yes, Andy, we're not out yet.
No, but
I don't know who they are. I think this is just something that you're making up in order to substantiate. Yes, it is. We name them.
No,
well, name one. I'll make it really easy for you, Andy. Name one.
I'm not, well, that's
you can't come up with a single name, so that you are just making it up. It's just a feeling that you've got, and I know that that's what we're all inclined to believe now: feelings, and that facts don't mean nothing no more. But let's just stick to a couple. Can we not just have a couple of facts?
Well, the facts were that, I heard on various news reports that this could, that if we vote out, sort of we
that bad things would happen. Yes, and bad things have happened.
Yeah, but bad things happened whilst we were, before we voted that way.
No, but bad things have happened as a consequence of us voting out, Andy.
But the thing is, though, that bad things will happen for Europe, when we leave, whichever deal we take.
Right, so we might as well just kill ourselves then.
No, that's not the point. The thing is if we leave and we prosper, right, and then the chances of that are
slim.
Apparently slim, right? the problem is then how would Europe view us then? How would various countries in Europe think, hang about a bit, England's jumped ship, the United Kingdom has jumped ship, and they're prospering. Wouldn't it be an idea for us to take the same route?
Well, perhaps, yeah. So there's this conspiracy theory now that they're doing the absolute worst that they can. They're trying to scupper this country in order that they would feel that they would look better by comparison.
Well, that's
yes, but that would mean that they were shooting themselves in the foot as well, because we are a giant market for their products.
Well, exactly.
I mean, we're intertwined, Andy. It's like we're like ivy up a tree.
And America and various other parts of the world, we're not just intertwined with specifically Europe, are we?
No, of course, but we already sell everything that we can to America. What is it that we make that America isn't buying?
But then again, what is it we make that the rest of the world isn't buying?
Exactly. So I don't know what these new markets that people are talking about, where they're going to come from. Are we going to sell them off-planet?
Europe needs the United Kingdom as much as the United Kingdom.
No, completely incorrect, Andy. There's 600 million odd people in Europe, and there's 60 million people here. We need Europe much more than they need us. Our exports, something of the order of 50%. Wait a minute. 50% of our imports and exports, more or less, go to Europe. But they export and import about 5% of what they produce to us. So we need them way more than they need us.
But what do they need from us? Do they need our exports to Europe, or do they need the money that the United Kingdom puts into Europe, which is most important to? Which is a substantial amount.
No, it isn't. Not really. It's peanuts. It's spare change. Do you know how much money the government rakes in tax every day?
No, I could say that.
£2 billion.
Right.
We're talking peanuts.
But how much does what proportion of the?
It's the trade that makes the money, Andy. It's not the money that we send to Europe, much of which comes right back at us. By the way, a lot of the places that voted out most strongly are going to be inconvenienced, to put it lightly, most strongly by the withdrawal of EU funds, which is just, that's irony. That's got irony written through it like Blackpool Rock.
Oh, I understand that, sort of EU funds do fund a lot of projects in this country. I'm fully aware of this, and unlike the situation where I didn't know what I was getting into. I'm one of the people that did know what I was getting into.
Wow, we found one finally after 2 years of looking.
Yeah, I knew the consequences.
Did you though, Deb? Did you though? Do you now? It doesn't sound like you even know now what the consequences are, because you refuse to acknowledge that anything bad has happened so far.
No one knows what the consequences are.
Well, we know what's happened so far, don't we?
Yes, we do, but we don't know what's happened post the 29th of March, do we?
Well, no, because we haven't got there yet.
Exactly, so we can't predict that one.
Well, we can, because that's what economists do. That's what they do for a living.
Yeah, but
please don't say that once they got something wrong, so now we can dismiss all economists from now until the end of time. Please don't say that.
Well, no, but look, they got something wrong.
Oh, God. Oh, no. See, I told him not to say it, and then he said it. Oh. Thanks very much, Andy. I can't stand it any longer. 0345, and I mean that with the greatest respect, with a lot of love, as a matter of fact. 0345 6060 973. I've heard that argument so many times. Oh, well, all these naysayers, they said that the country was going to suffer greatly on leaving the European Union. And look, we're still here. Well, what were you expecting? A massive explosion? That a hole would be blown in our hull and we'd sink? Of course we're still here. But like I said, the pound is worth, I think, about 10% less than it used to be. We are in a much greater debt. That's not necessarily connected, but it's certainly not helping than we used to be before we voted out. And businesses, like I said, that make investment decisions all the time. They don't wait 2 years to make an investment decision. They have money, they need to invest it somewhere, and they make these decisions on a daily basis. And companies all over the country and all over the world that might have invested here haven't. They and they might not all just lift up their petticoats and hurtle towards the border, but they might say, "Well, we would have opened an office here in London, but you know what? We'll just increase the number of people that work in Frankfurt, or we would have opened an extension to our factory here, but let's open one in Poland instead." That's happened all the time. So it is a direct consequence, but because it hasn't affected the entire country, as though a wave has just, like a wave of misery has just washed over us, people don't associate the one with the other. And neither will they associate any negative effects once we leave the European Union. Even if we are, in the worst circumstance, go back to like it was in the 1970s. Even if flares came back, and people walked around with mullets, people would still say it's got nothing to do with leaving the EU. You have to have two identical countries, one staying in and one staying out, in order to compare and contrast how it would be. But as that's not, this ain't no science experiment. This is real life. Unfortunately, it's real life. David says, the week before the referendum, I decided as a reluctant Remainer to vote Remain. But had no fear if I leave one. But had no fear if leave one, because the Tories had kept telling me they had a long-term economic plan. What a sense of humour. Gary says, first-time listener here, is it always conspiracy theorists? I've never laughed so much. He says, I reckon Jean-Claude Juncker is really a lizard. A lizard? And Phil says, your command of the English language puts even Donald Trump to shame, and he pretty much knows all the best words.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
Sure you do, Donny. 0345 6060 973. Here's calling Brixton. Hello, Richard.
Hello,
Richard.
Hi. I wanted to be of assistance because it seems like there are a few people struggling to grasp why no deal being on the table and the Remainers referendum being on the table is a bad idea. Can I try and help to clear this up?
I don't know, Richard. You can give it a bash.
I'll give it a bash. I mean, let's look at the Remainers vote. I call it Remainers because I wouldn't vote. You know, I've already voted. We don't need to vote again. So the only people who want to vote again is Remainers. So we'll call it Remainers vote, not a people's vote. So,
well, but there's more Remainers now than Leavers.
But it still goes back to saying that the only people who want the vote is the Remainers, not the people, but Remainers. So.
Yes, but people like you say that this is the will of the people and we should leave, but it's not the will of the people anymore.
No, but in terms of the vote, they call it a people's vote, but it's actually only the people who want to vote, who would vote leave. They don't want to vote again. It's the people who want to vote remain.
Well, some of them do. Okay,
well, anyway, that's debatable. Okay, let me help with this thing anyway.
Well, so far, Richard, you've been no help at all.
No, okay. In terms of the Remainers, having a Remainers vote on the table, like Labour are trying to do.
Yeah.
If you go into a negotiation with a Remainer, the Remainers vote as an option, and those people you're doing a deal with actually want, the Remainers vote to take place, you're basically doing something which is the equivalent of saying, let's build, going to somebody and saying, let's build a house together. And if we fail to build it, then, you can have £1 million, the thing you've always wanted. The person is going to try and disrupt the building of the house.
Okay, I'm not sure about your building analogy, but the problem with your issue in this regard is that we've done the deal already. We've done the negotiating already. That's done now. It doesn't really matter whether there's no deal on the table or off the table. We got the deal. That's the deal.
No, we're still negotiating.
No, we're not. No, we're not. Europe has said over and over again there will be no further negotiation. They said that. They said no.
Well, put it this way. At the moment, nothing has happened. So until things have happened, just like the site, for example, we voted to leave.
Yeah.
We haven't actually left yet. That's why all these guys are running around saying this and that about another vote. It hasn't happened. That hasn't actually been crossed. So people know there's a possibility of this, that, and the other. And
time is running out, Richard. It's just around the corner. We're almost at the end of January. They're going to take 2 weeks off in February, so you can just cancel February. Then nothing's going to happen in February, and then we got a couple of weeks in March and everybody will be shouting at each other.
Yeah. So the only chance we have of getting a deal through. A good deal through or a better deal through, if any chance at all, is by not having the idea of a Remainers vote taking place in the background. Otherwise, because if that's there, then 100% they're going to do everything to disrupt or not give us an opportunity to continue with negotiations or anything like that. That has to be out of the way, otherwise it's like telling them you win £1 million if you disrupt.
Again, you seem to be under the impression that Europe are going to, there's going to be further negotiation. There isn't.
They will.
Oh.
They will.
But why have they said they won't? Right, but
I know they said that because that's
so this is just wishful thinking on your part that everything's going to be fine.
No, those things actually happen.
Yes.
Okay, let's move to the no deal. Deal. You're a hard nut to crack.
Well, you started this call saying you were going to be helpful.
I wasn't. No, I have been helpful. I was trying to explain to you. It's like building a house.
Yeah,
you tell the other person, you get $1 billion if it's sold.
Stop with the house building. It's got nothing to do with it. But anyway, go on.
Okay, and the other one is in terms of the no deal situation. Is basically when you go to a shop. Yeah, if you go to a shop. And there's a loaf of bread for £1. The reason it's £1 is because one of the reasons it's £1 is because the shop owner knows you can walk out if you don't like the price. If he knew that when you went into that shop, you were going to have to buy that loaf of bread, whatever happens, And he's going to say, well, you know what, I'm going to raise the price on this because he's got to buy
you with the analogies, it has nothing to do with it. You don't have to buy the bread. You can leave without buying the bread.
Yeah, exactly. But if you take no deal off the table, then you can't leave without buying the bread. This is what I'm saying. The reason the bread is £1 and the shop owner will send it for you for £1 is because he knows that if you go in there and you get the ridiculous price, you're going to walk out. You can leave. The no deal is on the table. But if he knows that you can't leave, then when you go in there to buy that loaf of bread, he's going to say, well, I'm going to charge him 250 grand for this loaf of bread because he has to leave with it.
I see what you're saying, but you would have in your analogy, the price of the piece of bread was put on there before the shopkeeper knew that you didn't have a choice, so it's not relevant.
No, it is relevant.
No, it isn't relevant. No, it is not relevant. At no point during the negotiations did Theresa May take the prospect of no deal off the table. In fact, she said it over and over again, no deal is better than a bad deal. So she was threatening them with no deal all along, and this is what we've got.
You see, and this is where the problem lies, is that people are looking at no deal as a threat. It should not be a threat. It should be just like somebody going into a shop and saying, if I don't like the price that you're giving me, I'm going to walk out. That's not a threat to the shop owner.
Well, it is.
If they go in there and say, look,
that is exactly what it is.
No, but no, come on. Are you threatening every shop you go in there because you can walk out without buying anything?
Well, in this instance, yes. I mean, if we're talking about one loaf of bread and the shopkeeper has put on a price knowing that we could leave without buying it, then he would have factored that into the price.
Yeah, so basically he will be reasonable.
Exactly.
But if he's got it, but if he knew you can't leave, then he will be unreasonable.
Yes, Richard, but in this scenario, they did not know that we couldn't leave without a deal because we kept threatening to do just that. So under that threat, this is the deal that they've given us, bending over backwards in order to present us with something fresh and delicious and squeezable.
No, but that's exactly what I'm saying, is that the only reason it's a threat is because it was used as a threat, that they went in there and said, we'll leave, blah, 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 you're going to hate it. They should have just gone in there and said, look, we can leave. We don't want to leave. We can leave. But, let's try and get this sorted out so we don't have to leave without a deal.
Well, they did. That's exactly what they did.
I know, but I'm just saying it's just really a matter of approach. But it doesn't mean that the fact that the no deal should be on the table should not be there. It just means you have to change your approach and not use it as a threat.
Again, you still are talking as though the negotiating process is ongoing. It's over now.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. But
okay, all right. This is just more fantastical rainbow thinking, Richard. And I've heard it so many times. It's just becoming painful. And it all boils down to this: we are British. Damn it! Why can't these blooming foreigners just give us what we want? It just amounts to that. It's a temper tantrum, essentially, just like what's going on in the White House at the moment. It's like I keep saying the human race is at the developmental stage of a 3-month-old child. And we've had the dummy yanked out of our mouth, and we can't believe it. We just seem to still think that the universe revolves around us, and everything that we want we should be given because we're British. It's painful. 2 years later, and we're still saying the same blooming thing, but no one's learned anything at all in 2 years, more than 2 years. Doug in Edinburgh says, I had winter tyres on my car since November, so I'm ready for the snow if it comes, which it hasn't yet. Even in Edinburgh, really. In Edinburgh. I bet it will. Edinburgh, very, very cold. Glasgow, very, very wet. Rob says, I live in a city 60 miles east of Vancouver, British Columbia, named Chilliwack. Rude. Population about 100,000. We don't live underground, and the temperature right now at 2:14 p.m. Pacific Standard Time is 54 degrees Fahrenheit. Wow! In Canada. Who knew? Roger in Warwick says, I don't fancy shopping underground at minus 25 degrees centigrade in Toronto. How about living underground at plus 35 degrees centigrade in Coober PD in South Australia? That's what they do 12 months a year. They do not. There's no such place. I mean, I know they got some wacky-sounding names in Australia, but Cooper PD, rubbish. And Ken says, I don't think Prince Flip should be driving at 97. That's far too fast. Well, he's got a good point there. Essex, hello, John.
Hello, Nick.
John.
Sorry, thank you first of all for answering my call. Forgive me if I'm a bit nervous. I think it's the second time in my life I've actually spoken to someone on the radio. No, you were talking about facts a minute ago, and also you encourage people to have an opinion.
Yeah.
And
well, they don't need encouraging.
Right, okay. But we are able to voice an opinion because of democracy, I believe. Is that fair to say?
Well, not because of democracy, no, because of freedom of
speech.
Yeah.
In some countries where they're not so democratic, people, cannot.
Exactly.
Especially
some of our closest, bestest friends, like Saudi Arabia, for instance.
Yeah, that sort of thing. So that's that one settled. My question to you is...
Wait a minute, which one's settled?
So, well, in some countries, they can't have an opinion. We could not do this.
That's right.
Okay. There's one fact.
But about what, though? I don't understand. Maybe if I leave you to another fact, then it will become clear what point it is you're driving at.
Okay. My question to you was...
Yes. What's your query?
Which the guy who answered me is very simple. What has happened to every empire in history? Can you tell me that?
What has happened to every empire in history? They've all eventually failed.
Okay.
Particularly the ones that had a wall around them.
I'm building a wall. Okay.
My next thing I'd like to say is then, is it fair to say that Europe is an empire?
No.
No. I'm surprised you say that.
Well, who's the emperor?
Who's the emperor? Well, there's the Jean-Claude Junckers of this world. Donald Tusk, I believe his name is.
You've got to be kidding me.
I did actually, I'll be honest.
It's been 2.5 years, John. Really, have you learned absolutely nothing at all, or are you willfully not learning anything?
I've learned a lot.
By design or accident?
When I came to this country...
Do you think that Jean-Claude Juncker is the emperor of Europe?
They certainly seem to dictate...
Oh, my God.
I know. We're on opposite sides. I've listened to you.
Yes,
over an hour.
My side is factual, exactly and your side is just making stuff up.
Is that fair to say?
No, it's fair to say that I am interested in reality, but you're just interested in fantasy.
Reality. Let's go there.
No.
2 years ago, we had a vote, a democratic vote.
Yes.
Right. And your point several times has been that we were not given enough information.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, the information that we were given were lies, mostly.
Fact remains. I don't know about that. I wouldn't accuse anybody of lying, especially live on air, although I would agree with you that politicians don't always tell the truth. They can be very economical. I tend to concentrate more on what the politicians do not say.
How can you do that?
Read between the words.
How can you do that? How can you concentrate on what they don't say?
I don't know.
Given that they haven't said it.
Maybe. I mean, why did I back Donald Trump at 1,000 to 1? And I came off rather...
well, because you
we're
saw what happened on TV, just like I did, and thought, yeah, he comes across on TV and Hillary doesn't, therefore he will win.
Maybe myself and my brother, who have small gambles on far-fetched things, every now and again we come off... I mean, why did I can give you another example. Where did how did I know to invest some money quite some time back when that big hole opened up? I believe it was in the Gulf of Mexico. BP shares took a great big dive, and yours truly had the sense to buy some.
I don't know, you're a seer, John. You can see into the future. Have I got it right? You're a genius.
I go on gut feelings sometimes. I go on gut feelings.
Well, that's you and everybody else on Earth.
Okay. But can we get back to democracy? Sorry, I digressed, or we've digressed.
Don't bring me into it.
Right. we had a vote. Whether we were given enough information or not, result of that vote, and it is a fact, 17 point whatever million it was, the majority voted to leave.
Yes, and now the majority want to remain.
How can you say that?
Because poll after poll after poll suggests exactly that, and the number of people who want to remain is increasing.
And how many times have the polls been wrong?
Oh.
You know.
Okay, well, hang on a minute, John. The poll that you're talking about, I would suggest, is wrong. The referendum was a poll. It was a snapshot of some of the people in this country at one point in history. It was a poll. It wasn't the opinion of all of the people, because all of the people did not vote.
All of the people did not vote. No, I mean, if you ask me my opinion there, I think it should be made compulsory to vote.
Me too.
Yeah, okay. You know, but it is a fact.
So let's do it again, and let's make it compulsory. After 2 years of actual information, rather than just stuff that people made up and slapped on the side of a bus, and appealing to people's worst instincts by telling them that we were going to stop immigration and all of that nonsense, which is absolutely not going to happen.
At this point that I am an immigrant.
Well, that makes no difference to the argument, John.
It makes no difference.
We all came from somewhere else if you go back far enough.
Why did I vote Brexit? Can I, just enlighten you on that one? Well, there are Brexiteers. That is a fact. Okay, I'm one of them. Can I state my political leanings? Am I allowed to do that?
You can do anything you like, John, but I think I'm way ahead of you. I know what your political leanings are, but go ahead. Amaze me.
With a Labour heart.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, with a Labour heart. What I don't like...
No idea what that means.
Well, I'll tell you what it means. Profit is not a dirty word. Greed is. I hate the greed of some capitalists. Okay, and
it's not capitalists, John. It's people. Greed is what got us to our preeminence on this planet. We're not number one because we're nice. We're number one because we're more aggressive and greedy than any other species.
We're more aggressive and greedy than any other species. Well, I personally am not a greedy person.
Well, I bet you are. Well, what's with all the betting then, if it's not to accumulate wealth?
There is no, as I said, a profit is not a dirty word. Why do you go to work?
Because I would do this for... Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody this, John, but I'd do this for free.
If you manufactured something, Nick, you wouldn't do it for nothing.
No, but that'd be manufacturing. This is talking.
If you made something and you created something and you invented something, surely you would want to make a profit out of it to maybe make further discoveries.
Yeah, but that's not greed. You're betting on the outcome of an election at 1,000 to 1. That's why you took that bet, because it was 1,000 to 1. Greed was the impetus there, John.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, you were just... Oh, please do me a favour. Nobody puts a bet at 1,000 to 1 in the expectation of winning that is not doesn't have the impetus of greed behind them. Oh, please. Thanks, John. It was a while. We chatted for a while. I just can't take it anymore. I can only take so... Oh, God, the lights have just gone out. I can only take so much punishment. I swear, has there been a single call I've taken so far this evening that's agreed with me? One? Everybody just wants to shout at me and tell me I'm wrong. And you know what? I am completely correct in every respect. When will you people listen to me? I'll assume that the answer is never. Jean-Claude Juncker is the emperor of Europe. I mean, I should have cancelled the call at that moment. Stupid me. Simon in Feltham says, if we came out on WTO rules after 6 months, the European Union will come begging, saying, this ain't working, please. Can we negotiate? French farmers have got masses of wine stacked up. Spain's going mad because oranges are going rotten. Just have to keep calm and wait for them to break, and they will. You are out of your mind, Simon. 6 months after leaving on WTO rules, we won't have any farmers anymore. All farming will go out of business almost straight away. The WTO rules are the absolute are pretty bad on everything, but they're really, really bad on farming products, particularly the stuff that we do a lot, all that cow-based stuff. French farmers are going to come begging us. Oh, please. See, more magical thinking. It's based on nothing at all other than a wish, other than an assumption that because we're British, we'll win. Well, when was the last time that happened? This text says, I guarantee it wasn't a bicycle race. And we all know what fuels bicycle races. This text says, I guarantee you... Oh, God. Shall I even read beyond this? Shall I read beyond the word guarantee?
They're not agreeing with you.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all right then. This text says, I guarantee you that the very next day after Brexit, I will go and buy local produce in my local shop. It will be exactly the same. It's not all about Tesco, Sainsbury's or Aldi when food is involved. Right, but your local shop, you know who runs your local shop? Is it someone that was born in Britain? No. What local produce? I challenge you to go and fill your basket with local produce. There ain't none. Why? Because we British people don't buy British. That's why. We are unethical consumers. We don't care where it comes from as long as it's cheap. Local produce in my local shop. What, is that the one that's run by the Polish chap? Or the one that's run by the Pakistani chap? Or is that the Indian shop? Is that those that nice Slovak couple? Which local shop are you talking about? Peter says, of course the recession will be blamed on Brexit, which will be nonsense. He says, America and China is a situation that causes concern, and thank goodness we have the anti-war President Trump in the White House. Clinton would have been looking to start a fight. Yeah, there's nothing aggressive about Donald Trump.
I'll bring us into war.
I mean, who would say that? What are you talking about, Peter? Jim in Glasgow says, workable solution for Brexit. We position our 4 Trident submarines off the coast of Europe with missiles aimed at Brussels, Berlin, Paris and Madrid. We can then tell them, you've got half an hour in which to accept our terms or we'll send you back to the Stone Age. Excellent suggestion, Jim. I'll pass it on. Well, it makes as much sense as anything else I've heard this evening. No offence. Shrewsbury, hello, Brett.
Hello, Nick.
Brett.
I have to say, my head hurts.
Yeah.
With this, It hurts.
Is this the noise that you're hearing between your ears right now? Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, it is. I genuinely stand, sit, lie, listen in aghast at people's views. Unfortunately, I do believe that the general public have been sold a lie, which I think everybody 100%, well, anybody with any intelligence or any knowledge will understand. I run a business which is in the automotive sector, and we have to now make massive provision for WTO rules. We have to make provision for extra stock, which has a knock-on effect right the way through the business. There is not one positive aspect of Brexit. Not one.
Well, for your business, but other people that run businesses that won't be affected, like I don't know, so some people in the leisure field, for instance, that aren't reliant on foreign manufacturing or foreign products, really. Like, say you ran a pub, for instance, you might not be concerned about what will happen on Brexit, because you might actually get more customers coming in to drown their sorrows.
That may be absolutely true. And I hear the irony in your voice when you say it. Unfortunately, we don't run our cars on beer. We don't run our homes on... honestly...
Prince Charles actually runs his car on wine.
Well,
that's true.
To be quite honest, honestly, the issue is, and I can sense from your view that, we don't make anything in this country, and
that's not true. We don't make anything for ourselves. I mean, British industry is British-owned industry is kaput, but we still make things for other countries like Japan and Germany and so on.
But when you actually look at what is needed for day-to-day life, we bring everything into this country, because something you said earlier on, I could not agree more. This country wants everything cheap, and honestly,
that's what the consumer wants, and we don't really give a damn for the consequences. We keep buying stuff off the internet, a particular company especially. And then complain in the same breath that the high street is closing and all the shops that we used to like, they're shut down now, as though the two things aren't connected.
And honestly, I sit here and even this evening, I've been out this evening. We've had a chat. My friend he runs a large construction business. There's actually profiteering in the construction industry, because people are saying, well, we don't know what's happening with Brexit, so what we're going to do is we're going to raise the price. Now, in fairness, as much as nobody really wants to admit this, the base price for anything in the UK when you are selling your product has been affected by roughly about 20% just by the fact of currency, let alone any tariffs that will be applied if we do end up with a no-deal situation. Just the currency, because of Brexit and the fluctuation of it, has caused a massive issue. The day-to-day life of especially, and this is what worries me, will it have a direct effect on me in the income that I have? Probably not. Will it have an effect on the income of people on low incomes? Absolutely, hugely.
Yeah, and ain't it ironic that those are the people that voted out?
Absolutely.
The people that voted out are going to be are going to feel the negative consequences more so than the much more wealthy people that were persuading them to do just that, to vote out.
Absolutely. And when I look at the business that I run here now, we're part of a global company. We're not a small company. We're a huge business. We supply into the automotive markets, we supply your local garage, and we also supply the manufacturers. We're affected by the Land Rover issue, where they're losing 4,500 jobs. We're affected by the if I can give you an insight into the garage industry, there is, and I have a word for it, there is no bling factor in having your car serviced. It's not like going out and buying yourself a new sofa or buying yourself some new clothes. Effectively, your car is not going to run that much differently once you have it serviced, and you don't really see anything that you can brag to your neighbours about that you've just had your car serviced. The issue is that what that means is that when your car then fails, it fails on something, which means your car won't work. So your car is then off the road, which means you can't get to work, which then causes you an issue. And then you've got to either hire a car for a week or so, because your local garage is then stacked out with jobs that are actually longer term rather than maintenance work. That's what happens, and that's the effect then that has a huge waterfall effect right the way through the automotive industry, which is one of the biggest employers in this country.
Yeah, to be fair though, I mean, you mentioned the Jaguar Land Rover. Their position was that it wasn't a direct consequence of Brexit. It was a variety of things, including our falling out of love with diesel. Yeah.
Yeah, which is actually, in all honesty, a complete and utter misnomer, totally. And I would argue with anybody with that. The government, if we look back 10 years ago, were actually encouraging us to buy diesel cars. They actually gave a surcharge on company car tax.
Yeah.
So that meant that we were all pushed towards diesel cars.
But even if that one particular company says that Brexit didn't have anything to do with it, they are, just as Nissan and Toyota and what's the other one? Honda. They're all saying, as with one voice, please don't do it. We're going to lose a massive amount of money if you leave. I mean, it was the fellow who runs Jaguar. He said that if we crash out with no deal, then Jaguar will lose £60 million a day. There's absolutely no way a company that is owned by Indians, that is run by a German, is going to do the British a favour to the tune of £60 million a day just because we're nice people and we deserve it.
And I think that actually is probably the key thing where you say that particular phrase is. There is almost a sense of entitlement.
Oh no, absolutely. That's exactly what it is. Yes, we're British. Why couldn't you just give us what we want? Damn it!
Yeah, we won the war. We did this. We did this. And honestly, the amount of things I see on social media.
Seriously, Brett, stop reading social media.
No, I do it not in a. Honestly, I don't.
You may look at it ironically, but the hours just disappear once you're on those sites, don't they? You can't just look at it for a moment. An hour goes by straight away.
But you have to look at certain things on there.
No, just don't. You know what? You ain't missing nothing. You're just missing a troll party. Back under your bridges, trolls.
It's when you see the things like. I'm trying to think of the one in particular. It's something about we need to provide a home for this veteran rather than this immigrant.
Yeah.
And actually, honestly,
as though the two things are mutually exclusive.
Absolutely. And I mean, one of the things that absolutely, completely blows my mind is I hear it all the time. You know, it's the type of industry. I mean, well, okay, well, it wasn't about immigration, but actually it was about immigration, and you know, we need to limit the numbers coming into this country. We can't have all these people using our NHS. We can't have all these people using our services and not.
Whereas the truth is that all of the people that they're talking about actually contribute more per head than we do per head of population. They are actually more beneficial to the economy per head of population, the immigrants, than we are, the people that were born here. But aside from all that, there's this one issue that in concentrating on this tiny little thing and blowing it up out of to ridiculous proportions, we're ignoring this tsunami wave of change that is heading to us. We can see it, we know it's coming, but we're crossing our fingers and ignoring it, turning our back to it and hoping that it doesn't actually crash all over us, which it will. And that is artificial intelligence. Everyone is about to be given a P45. But it's going to be like a lottery. 50% of the population on Earth is about to be fired, and that alone will solve your immigration problem, because people are not coming here in order to avail themselves of our warm welcome, of our excellent welfare system, because they're going through countries that have a warmer welcome and a better welfare system. Yeah. So that's not happening. They're coming here to work, and when there's no work, which will shortly be the case, they won't come here anymore. So problem solved. Yeah, Brett, it's been an inspiration, but I've got to go because I've only got a 3-hour show. I can only take so much abuse. Sitting here being abused.
Stop whining.
034. Why am I giving out the number? I'm leaving. Make sure you download our LBC app, by the way. You can stick it up your phone, and by that method you can listen to this super show or any others that's happened over the past week by tapping on the catch-up button. You can also get my podcast, which is the Nick Abbott Habit, and the most recent one is a 1 day old. And I think you'll find it amusing. And you know what? It doesn't have a single bit of Brexit in it. Not a jot. It just blows my mind to think what might happen between now and 10 o'clock this evening, but whatever it is. Donnie, what's going on is you are still obsessed with that silly wall, that call and response thing that you had going at your safe space rallies, with those drooling yeehaws in the Make America White Again hats. What are we going to build? A wall. Who's going to pay for it? Mexico. Still going on about that. And now it's not going to be a wall, it's going to be a see-through fence, or maybe a line, or an idea. And Mexico isn't going to pay for it, America's going to pay for it, but apart from that, he didn't lie in any way, shape or form. He released a statement, it said, just say no, Nancy. Hey, Nancy, just say
no.
Meanwhile, Mrs. M has been giving it to the evil EU, demanding that they capitulate and give us everything that we want. She has successfully changed her demands to make it impossible for the EU to refuse. She's gone back to the EU with the exact same demands, expecting them to change their minds. We're doomed. Despite her own plan being defeated by MPs, Mrs M apparently made no changes to her Brexit demands when she talked to EU leaders on the telephone. It's just the stuff that is going on in this world. I mean, is this real life or am I hallucinating? So she rang them up on the telephone, like Blondie, and they knew she was calling and put her on hold.
Please hold the line. I'm trying to connect you.
Yeah. Despite the historic defeat, by the small margin of a massive 230 votes, a source said the Prime Minister left EU diplomats in a state of disbelief over her failure to shift her stance. She just keeps saying the same thing over and over again. And EU leaders said, "What?" Couldn't believe it. They said that in French. Mrs M's requests continued to focus around either a legally binding time limit for the Irish backstop, a right for Britain to unilaterally withdraw from that backstop, or a commitment to a trade deal finalisation before 2021 to prevent that backstop from coming into force. Who even heard of such a thing called a backstop before David Cameron threw us all into this mess? Here's the problem. You can't have a time limit or an ability to unilaterally withdraw, because then it wouldn't be a backstop, a last-ditch insurance policy. And you can't have a time limit on coming up with a trade deal by 2021, because even though that date does sound like it's from a sci-fi film about the future, it's just 2 years away. Trade deals take 7 years. And does anybody think that we could beat the average for doing deals?
Negative.
I mean, can you imagine how long it would take this government to play a game of Monopoly? They'd be dead of old age before they passed go. Continental plates move faster than that lot. So instead of changing her tune, she just sang the same old tune. The one that got her booed off stage the last time. No! And she repeated her demands in talks with the Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte. Dutch people, they look fantastic. I mean, let's not to beat around the bush, but they sound blooming awful. They sound like the cats coughing up a fur ball. No offence. They say it best when they say nothing at all. So Mark Rutte, the Dutch Prime Minister, got it in the ear, and so did Angela Merkel, the long-suffering German Chancellor, and the French President Emmanuel Macron, and the Irish spelling mistake, Leo Varadkar. All right, then you spell it. Taoiseach. Go ahead. I double dare you. You try it.
Taio.
No, incorrect. You fail. Well, at least according to what I've got in the paper, because this could be a spelling mistake. It just looks like Scrabble letters randomly plucked out of a bag. So a source with detailed knowledge of the calls that Mrs M had desperately been sending around, ringing up her European counterparts, I'm being told that they're too busy, they can't come to the phone right now. Can you leave a message? A source with the knowledge of these calls said it was the same old story, the same set of demands, all unchanged despite her defeat. Which means that her office leaks like a sieve. Or that the other leaders are running straight to the press in order to alert us poor dopes that the Empress has no clothes. Mrs M's standing there in nothing but a fetching pair of tiger print slingbacks.
Disgusting.
So the EU is sticking by its word that the deal is done. And Mrs M is sticking to her request that they reopen the deal, because if at first you don't succeed, keep doing the same thing over and over. Oh, that's bound to work.
Yeah.
And the Dutch leader said the deal can't be tweaked, and the German leader said the deal can't be tweaked, and the French leader said the deal can't be tweaked. Which part of the word non, nine, and niet don't you understand, Mrs M? Meanwhile, back home, ministers in her government are prepared to defy her and vote for a backbench plan to give MPs power to block a no-deal Brexit. Finally, the grown-ups are about to take charge. What great relief all round. I can hear you sigh. Tory MP Nick Bowles told the BBC sold some down-market broadcasting company that it was probably LBC, that not a down-market broadcasting company, told them that some non-cabinet ministers had told him directly, Nick Bowles, that they would quit if whipped. No whipping. If they were whipped against a bill allowing parliamentarians to demand Article 50 be extended for fresh talks with Brussels. What's the point? Brussels don't want to talk anymore. They've talked their faces off. Article 50 being extended. Does anybody want more of this?
No.
I think if we can agree on one thing, if this country could come together in unanimity about one issue, it is that we don't want to talk about this anymore. But we will, from now until the end of time, because one way or the other, it's going to be at the top of the news. Forever. Thanks a lot, David Cameron. So Tory MP Nick Bowles says that some parliamentarians, some cabinet ministers yet, had told him that they will quit. They say, that's it, we're leaving. If they are forced to vote if they're forced to let me get this straight, because this is really important. They've told him directly that they would quit if whipped against a bill allowing parliamentarians to demand that Article 50 be extended for fresh talks with Brussels. And that's what the government would be likely to do. Whip 'em! They love a bit of it. But Commons leader Andrea Leadsom said that colleagues who want to stop no deal wrongly think that they know better than voters. What the voters know, you could write on the back of a blue British passport with a paint roller. I had a bloke on this show yesterday that said that Jean-Claude Juncker was the Emperor of Europe. Leadsom said parliamentarians are the servants of the people. Well, in theory. She said the people gave us a very direct answer to a direct question. We must leave the EU, she said. No, they didn't give you a direct answer. As we now know, they gave us a multiplicity of answers, depending on who it was that was doing the crossing in the box. Some people thought one thing, and others a completely different thing. It wasn't direct. I mean, it was a very narrow win, and all the polls suggest that this country does not approve of the way that we're going. I mean, if those Brexiteer ultra-fundamentalists are really interested in democracy, they'd welcome a second referendum to decide the nature of our leaving. Who wouldn't want a second referendum?
We should have a second referendum.
But they aren't interested in democracy unless it gives them what they want, which is why they're clinging onto this so desperately. Andrea Leadsom said, no deal is not the desired outcome, but if we rule out no deal, we can forget about the EU taking us seriously. Oh, Andrea, I think that boat sailed. That boat's going down. Andrea Leadsom said, the will of the people is not something that should be redefined by parliamentarians who think they know better and want to pursue their own agenda. Well, first of all, parliamentarians are supposed to know better than us poor dopes. That's why we pay them the big money. That's why they're there to represent us. If we wanted people as stupid as we are, then we would have elected them. We'd have made our preference clear. They're supposed to be more intelligent than we are, more worldly and wise. That's why they're running the show. Don't ask us to do it. We can barely tie our own shoelaces without supervision. Hang on, I'm going to cough. That's better. I mean, it's hard to know who she's talking about there. Parliamentarians think that they know better and want to pursue their own agenda. Is she talking about Jacob? Is she talking about Boris? Is she talking about herself?
Boys?
Eva says, just think for a moment how much anti-Brexit tripe has been pushed in every sphere known to man, even during the referendum and leave, having won the referendum, still have to fight just because they won the vote. Unbelievable. Well, you're right, Eva, it is unbelievable. I recognise all the letters of the alphabet that you've used there, just not in that order. What are you talking about? But it fits right in. Just think for a moment how much anti-Brexit tripe has been pushed in every sphere known to man, even during the referendum, and Leave, having won the referendum, still have to fight just because they won the vote. Unbelievable. Does that make sense?
No.
Please tell me you didn't vote, Eva. Paul says eventually Mrs. M will stop saying the same thing over and over and over again. The batteries will run out. Well, perhaps, yeah. And this text says, I'm all right in thinking that you push on air a political bias to the left. Just asking, that's all. Why, as opposed to Jacob Rees-Mogg and Nick Ferrari? As opposed to them, you mean? Of course, they don't push a political bias at all. Goodness me, no. Why would anybody think that? This notion that the entire human race is now defined by whether they're either left or right is just so utterly ridiculous. It's childish. It's just beyond infantile. I can barely conceive that adults can even think that way, let alone say it out loud. How can you define yourself as either left or right? That just defines yourself as a non-thinking person. I mean, come on. You think that every single issue that you are a left or right-wing person? That means you haven't thought about anything. I'm a right-wing person when it comes to somebody parking across my driveway, for instance. I think that those people should be treated with the full extent of the law. But I'm a more liberal, small L person when it comes to people doing whatever they want, as long as it doesn't interfere with anybody else's happiness. Now, that's both left and right, isn't it? You should be able to do anything you like as long as it doesn't interfere with anybody else's happiness or pleasure or their happiness and pleasure covers pretty much all of it, doesn't it? I mean, ask me about individual issues and I will come to a considered opinion, or just a snap judgment might be more like it. But it might not necessarily be either left or right. I mean, I'm no giant brain, but at least I do think about things. I don't just immediately spurt out the response that constitutes to being either left-wing or right-wing. People, I don't think that we should be allowed to vote at all. I think grown-ups should be instructed to do it for us. I mean, Eva, her considered response to all of this so far, I mean, I've read it twice. Shall I read it again?
No.
We're following those people. I think we've made a big mistake. We better think it out again. Here's a call in beautiful downtown Greenwich. Hello, David.
Oh, hello, Nick. You okay?
So
Hello?
far, yes.
Yes.
Well, let me ask you a question, David.
Well, I wanted to ask you a question.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay, actually. I think it might have been yourself. I don't know. It was quite, maybe even a year ago. You were talking about the Americans made a trade deal with Europe.
Did they?
But apparently...
Which one?
Well, the Americans made a trade deal with the EU.
Yeah, which one? Right. What, were you talking about TTIP?
Probably. Look, I'm not.
Yeah, let's not get bogged down in details. Just get to the query. What's your query?
Well, the Americans made a deal. It was worth something that I think it was 145 billion pounds or something like that.
So it sounds like a figure you just pulled out of the air. But let's not quibble.
No. I think it was
145 billion pounds. Yes, peanuts. Go ahead.
Discuss this. Yeah, but we seem to have this attitude that we can suddenly make trade deals in. What we leave and we make trade deals just like that. Yeah,
well, if you think David Davis knows what he's talking about, then it will be the easiest thing in the world. The easiest trade deal in history will be between us and Europe, because the deal of exiting is going so very well and quickly.
But, I do sort of think about trade.
Do you?
And look, I'm retired. Right.
Oh, you got a lot of time on your hands. Yeah, of course.
Yes, of course. No, but I think you know, talk about the Americans having to make a trade deal with Europe, and it took them years, apparently. And so did Canada. It took them years, apparently.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Am I right or wrong?
And then the Screaming Mimi had one of his famous fits and threw it out the window, because the previous administration had its fingerprints all over it.
Do you think that we're going to easily make trade deals?
Easily, no.
That's what I thought. People think we're just going to walk out of Europe.
Yeah.
And start making trade deals with Australia.
Well, people who think that don't know what they're talking about. You have to remember that, David. And there's a lot of that about, because people are willfully. It's not that they're. I'm not saying they're stupid. I'm saying they're ignorant in the best possible way. But they're willfully ignorant. They refuse to learn anything. I mean, it's been almost 3 years now, and nobody has learned a thing. I was talking to a guy last night who actually thought there was an emperor of Europe. That's the person we're following. We've decided to follow that guy.
Well, it's German. Sorry, not being facetious. But you know, I do sort of worry about trade, because it's not going to be easy as people think it is, you know.
Well, any negotiation is a pain in the neck. If you've ever done one, David, it's just it's a nightmare, because everybody wants their own thing. And if you're talking about a trade deal from a country, you don't go to another country and say, you put 5% on your stuff and I'll put 5% on my stuff, and that's it, and we'll shake on it. You go through every little thing that your country exports and imports, and you say, well, I'll give you 3.5% on wheat, and I'll give you 4.5% on machinery, and then for 6% on medicines and pharmaceuticals. It just takes forever.
That's what I'm saying. People seem to think we can just leave Europe and start making trade deals all over the world. It's not going to work, is it?
Plus, Europe's right there, and these famous trade deals that we're going to be negotiating with Australia, well, you'd have to leave the planet to get further away. What are these people talking about?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to tell you which way I voted, but...
well, as long as you voted.
It's all very confusing, actually. To be honest.
It's a little bit confusing, yes.
But... Yeah,
but as long as you don't take on board, as long as you don't take on board any facts, David, you'll be just fine.
I like facts.
Do you? No, I don't think you can. I don't think anybody is invested in facts anymore. Everybody gets to make their own facts up these days.
Yeah.
Schooling is over.
I mean, it's very confusing, actually.
Yeah. Get Alice Cooper on the phone, and he'll explain that to us. School's out.
It's so funny. But I know you don't like history.
Oh, history?
Boring!
I'd rather double geography than history. Ugh.
If you look at history, people have always followed the trade routes.
Yeah, that's true.
So, what we're going to do?
Well, we'll take a magical mystery tour to nowhere. How does that actually sound?
Groovy.
Yeah, I'd like that right now. All aboard?
Anyway.
All right, thanks a lot, David. Grip onto something tight. Ding, ding. I swear the best sound in the world was... I must have mentioned this on the air before, and I haven't heard it since I was a child. The best sound in the world ever was the noise that the ticket machine used to make on a bus. That thing that the conductor had slung around his neck, which looked like it weighed a ton, actually. It must have caused many a spinal malformation. But they zipped that little handle around on the outside and tore the ticket off and proffered it to you, and then you rolled it up really tight and stuck it in the bit in the back of the seat, which between the wood and the metal part. There's millions of them in there now, in those old buses in scrapyards. But that sound that ticket machine used to make is the best sound in the world ever. I won't take any argument. Julian says, you're right about one thing. We voted to leave for a number of reasons. However, what we all agreed on was to leave the EU. No, we did not all agree to do that. It was won by a tiny majority, rather, which represented a minority of the population. It was not what we all agreed on. He says politicians are supposed to be cleverer than us, but we found that this is also wrong. Well, I'm not sure that's true, Julian. He says they're all dopes that couldn't negotiate anything. Well, I mean, poor Mrs. M, she was given a turd sandwich by her predecessor, and she's had to fashion lunch out of it. I do feel a little bit sorry for her. This tweet says, can you report on the People's Revolution happening tonight in the EU France state? Or are you too busy with your pro-Remain Brexit bias? Hashtag MSM fail. Oh, God. People, please, stop reading the internet. It's affecting your minds. I mean, as the moment that you hear MSM, which stands for mainstream media, all I'm hearing from you is blithering idiots. No, you don't want to pay attention to the news media. You want to get your information from Facebook, because, that's where the truth is. Like that woman I had last night who was going on and on and on about all these conspiracy theories that she had read on Facebook. Utterly convinced she was. Oh, the CIA has killed JFK. Well, yeah, of course they're bound to have done. The CIA and JFK and The Sopranos.
Absolutely.
It's all out there, and it's all crazy. There's a people's revolution happening tonight in France. Yeah, I very much doubt it. It's just a bunch of people who don't want to pay tax. It's as simple as that. We grumble while saying mustn't grumble. That's our national character. The French national character is at any impediment, you start picking up the cobblestones and chucking them at gendarmes. That's what they do. But it's not by and large what we do. So if they're rioting in the streets, it don't really mean nothing, other than, like in this country and every other first world country on earth, there's a large number of people who went through school to learn trades that are no longer required. That's called progress. Now, if you want to stop progress, then pick a year. Which year would you like? But you have to, but that year that you pick, you also have to rely on the medical technology of that year. So be careful which one you pick. I mean, if you want progress, then you have to realise that the skills that are required will change too. I mean, it used to be that the skills that were required were operating a spinning jenny. But sadly, those jobs are gone to be replaced by better jobs, which not everybody can do. And as I keep saying, we concentrate on the minutiae of Brexit, which is like moving grains of sand around, while behind us a tsunami wave of change is coming our way. Everybody's about to get fired, and no one's doing anything about it because the government can't think of anything to do. It's too late. To change people into the skills that are going to be required in the new world, which will be arriving maybe this year, next year, certainly in 5 years, will have to have been learned at school. And so everybody that is either in school now or has just recently left school or has gone through a university and learned to be an accountant or a lawyer or any of these things, well, I'm sorry, but you've learned the wrong thing. Now, it's not your fault, but that's progress. It's the same down the years. Every revolution of any kind always has a large number of people who are inconvenienced, to put it lightly. But trying to make the clock turn back won't work. Rob says, is it too late to call in Basil Brush to sort Brexit out? What? I don't get that. Basil Brush? Well, how about the flower pot men could do it? Maybe we should get Luby Lou on the case. Do you understand what that means? You're way too young to understand what... Do you even know who Basil Brush is?
Yeah, they brought it back a few years ago.
Did they?
Yeah.
Basil Brush Mark II. Well, that's not my Basil Brush. Basil Brush is going to be the new James Bond, by the way. Hey, you might want to park your car for the foreseeable future, because Prince Philip has been spotted behind the wheel again. The Chuki Emperor has been photographed behind the wheel of his brand new Land Rover just 2 days after flipping his car. What? The Mail Online's got photos of the Chuk 97, who can be seen driving into the main entrance gate at the Sandringham Estate today, on his own, without a seatbelt.
Oh, no.
Yeah, less than 48 hours after his car somersaulted across the road after colliding with a Kia on the A149 in Babingley in Norfolk. And Her Majesty the Queen was later pictured driving on a public road little more than a mile from the scene of the accident without a seatbelt. Under UK law, it is compulsory to wear a seatbelt if there is one fitted. Guilty! Except she isn't, because the Queen is immune from any civil or criminal proceedings. I'm not saying she's above the law. It's just that she's above the law. Buckingham Palace insists that the monarch was careful to ensure she privately complied with the law. No, she doesn't. It emerged last night that a 9-month-old boy and 2 women were in the car that hit the Prince's vehicle as he pulled out onto a main road near the Queen's Sandringham Estate in Norfolk. The Duke passed a police eyesight test on Saturday, a source confirmed. Yeah, the police checked that he was a member of the royal family with their eyes, and he passed. However, he's now facing a police probe over the accident, which could lead to a charge of dangerous driving, and his driving licence being taken from him. Oh, please. No, it won't. Can we just skip to the part where they say, not guilty? And as is normal, a replacement Land Rover Freelander bearing his distinctive number plate was delivered to him yesterday. And you probably have the same experience from your insurer.
Yeah.
Get him off the road. 034...
His Majesty is the most marvellous driver. He really is absolutely impeccable and wonderful. Anybody says otherwise...
Let's have... I had no idea I was going to do that. Sutton. Hello, Felix.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks.
So, I wanted to pick up on one of your previous callers. It was just before you went to the break. And kind of how concerned he was about future trade deals with the rest of the world.
Yes.
I just think this completely emphasises how the government has completely failed to reassure the public that going forward with any future Brexit deal, or that of no Brexit deal, is going to secure this country's future amongst other nations.
Well, they can't soothe our worried brow because they don't know either.
Well, I mean, this is the thing, and I think what I work for Conservatives for a People's Vote, and we were discussing just the other day about how there needs to be a referendum on whatever deal the government provide for us now in the next couple of weeks, because at the end of the day, like this gentleman was saying, he's completely confused about what kind of trade deals we're going to have around the world. There needs to be a reassurance, and the government needs to be reassured that they're going to have the support of the public. I think the only way that we're going to get this kind of reassurance is through a second referendum.
Okay, what's the question going to be?
Well, I wanted to ask you, what do you think would be the best way forward? Because, of course, you're a staunch anti-Brexiteer, and so I would like to. I kind of want to hear your opinion on what you think the best way forward is about this.
But you're doing this for. Is it a living or is it a pastime?
I'd say a living.
So you're a professional. I don't know. How would you describe yourself?
I'm 19 years of age.
19 years of age.
Yeah.
You made it.
But I'd say that I do this for a living. I'm hugely passionate about politics, and
right. But don't you represent an organisation that has a position on this?
I do. We do. We have a very clear position.
Right.
But I want to hear your opinion on it.
Well, I'm not necessarily for a second referendum, and I'm not necessarily for not leaving. I'm for whatever would be best for most of the people in this country. I just don't believe, I have not been convinced that the fundamentalist Brexiteer ultras are acting in the best interests of the country. It rather looks to me like they're acting in the best interests of themselves, either it be for their political careers, or that I firmly believe a considerable number of them have got bets against the economy of the country. They're betting against the pound. A lot of the money is coming from millionaires and billionaires who do financial finagling for a living. And if they don't have positions against the pound while trying to drag us out of the EU in the most what's the word I'm looking for? In the most dramatic way, which would cause an economy to dip at least in the short term, then they would be probably poor at their job if they hadn't taken financial bets against the country. And if that's what they're doing, then that to me is treason.
I mean, you say you're not in favour of a second referendum.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that anybody who is sure at this point about their position is somebody who has not thought about their position for probably about 3 years now. I think the entire country made a snap decision based on no information of any kind, and then has refused point blank to take on board any information in the interim period, and have just stuck with their original opinion, which is just a ridiculous way to run a country. For politicians to say that we must abide by a decision which may or may not have been brought to us courtesy of Russian internet bots. We don't know. Our government refuses to look into it. It's incredible what's going on. But if we do have a second referendum, then it must be either whatever deal Parliament comes up with in the next week,
correct,
or staying in the EU.
I see. My position used to be that I was very much against the second referendum, because I thought it would just be a rerun of the first one, and it would just disenfranchise more political voters that probably haven't even voted in years. But I'll tell you what really changed me was hearing the effect it would have on people's lives. And this is why I wanted to come on this evening to ask your perspective, because you're well known, and I think that you've got some great influence. And I think it would be
no, in both instances. But anyway, go on.
To listeners anyway. But what I'd like to say is that what changed my mind was the effect that I saw that it was going to have on the people of the United Kingdom, and the fact that they were duped in 2016 to vote for something that was completely fabrical. And I think that what we're moving towards now and what we've seen is that there's a huge swing that we could actually have a referendum on the final deal.
Well, so what's your organisation's position on the questions?
So we're from a Conservative point of view, we definitely think that it should be the government's deal, which whatever they come up with.
Yeah.
And then Remain should definitely also be on the ballot paper. And then we've also discussed as to whether maybe perhaps no deal should also be on the ballot.
So 3 questions. Now you understand that if there's going to be 3 questions, there's no way you're going to get more than 52% on any question, which will invalidate that referendum in the eyes of a good number of people, those who have managed to cling on to life in the intervening period. It's going to severely upset them. For the rest of what short period of time they have left in their life.
Well, I mean, look, any result's going to upset the majority of the United Kingdom.
Exactly.
My concern is, of course, doing the right thing for the United Kingdom, and my opinion is that a people's vote will help settle this argument. Maybe not completely, but it will help settle it for the time being, and that this country can actually move forward in making progressive policy in Parliament and actually starting to implement policy that's going to help people's livelihoods. At the moment, you've got businesses all around the country which are sitting on the edge of their seat, not knowing whether or not they're going to have workers next year to actually do the jobs they need doing, or whether they're going to be able to freely ship products to and from Germany and France and the rest of the European Union.
Exactly. What a way to run a country, eh? And as a young conservative, Felix, I have to say that some of the blame lays on your shoulders.
Of course it does, absolutely. Of course it does. And you know, but the reality is that an awful lot of us own up to that, and at the end of the day, stronger and were weak during the referendum. We've got to hold our hands up to that. But we want to we want to now show that there is nothing conservative about Brexit. It's anti-business, it's anti-trade, it's anti-freedom of movement. Which of course helps.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a bizarre position that we're in now. The Conservative Party are arguing for everything that they've always argued against.
Well, exactly.
It's madness.
And if you look, and historically, if you look back to the 1940s up until today, the Conservative Party have always implemented a fairly pro-European stance in that they want to integrate themselves further with Germany and France through economic means. And now, all of a sudden, we have a Conservative Party led by a Remainer who is wanting to backtrack on all of that and do all the great work that John Major, Thatcher, and Winston Churchill did years ago in trying to bring us closer to allies which we'd been fighting with for years beforehand.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure that the people that you just mentioned are spotless in that regard, but I'm going to have to leave it there because I'm past the break. But thanks a lot, Felix.
Oh, how happy I am to be back in the studio, making a picture again.
Yeah, it's a radio show, dear. Zach says, aren't T-tips those things that you stick in your ear? Yes, Zach. Yes, they are. Simon in Windsor says, can you tell David Cameron that we're still not missing him? Oh, he knows. He knows. And Jimmy in Colchester says, if we leave the EU without a deal, can we send the foreigners back to their country, like Prince Philip back to Greece and the Queen back to Germany? You know, there's a fella in the that was reported in the Mail today, underneath the story of Prince Philip, spotted behind the wheel of his brand new car. Yes. A man claims that as a boy he was in a car with his father in the 1990s, and he was run off the road near Sandringham Estate by Prince Philip, who then gave his dad the finger. Now, does that sound believable?
Yes.
Yes, it does. Prince Philip's just a rude old man who's never been corrected. Get him off the road. And I mean that with the greatest respect. Here's calling Tottenham. Hello, Saul.
Oh, hello. 1 second.
Yes, Saul.
Oh, hello?
Yes,
can
sir.
you hear me?
I can now.
Oh, fantastic. 1 second. I was just listening to you and doing something else at the same time.
Oh, yes.
Thanks for taking my
Hands
call.
above the table, please, Saul.
I've been listening to your show the last couple of nights. And I thought I'd give a bell because I voted to remain, but
Ramon. I think it's pronounced Ramon.
Yes. It's just I had to think when I put the vote, and I had to seriously sort of think about it, why I'm voting Remain. And there were quite personal reasons to me. I sort of thought about all the things around me and my family situation, my wife, and I have big Italian connection with my family. And then I travel around the UK a lot for my work, and I take my time to talk to people, everyone from just buying the local, fried egg sandwich on the motorway to go talk to people in the schools.
Don't do it, Saul.
I know, but it's quite an amazing slice of society when you sit there and just eat your sandwich in peace and quiet, listen to people chat.
Oh yeah,
especially around the time of the vote.
Well, Alan Bennett made an entire career out of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, but I just, I also feel that we have a system in this country which is first past the post. I mean, we've seen it. Even one wins. We've seen it just recently with like one person wins. Even if one person wins, Theresa May is going to stay through. We have this. We have this steadfast, respected system, and it's not proportional, and that's the way we do things here. And it's difficult to say to the argument if we're going to have a vote on something, you can't just change the whole system. It's like it is what it is, and it's like I feel like.
Well, you can't change the system until you change the system. I mean, it seems unchangeable until someone changes it. I think that we should change the system. I think that just gifting a monopoly of power to one party after another, and who will drag us in the opposite direction to that which we were moving for the previous 10 years, is no kind of way to run a country.
Yes, but when I'm talking about what I've had my feelings of when I've sort of spoken to people. I mean, when the vote came through, I don't think people sort of listened to these little spurious facts coming out and thought, oh, that's how we're going to vote. I think the reasons were quite deep-seated and long time coming, because I've travelled to places where there is large suppression of wages and there's an oversupply of labour. And
an oversupply of labour?
Yeah, I mean,
Where?
I have. Well, I'll put it. It doesn't affect me in what I do, but I have a friend of mine who's Lithuanian, and he helped me on sort of work on my house for a year. He's a good friend of mine. He said, I cannot wait for Brexit to happen. He said, I came here 12 years ago, and my pay was £9 an hour, and my rent was £400 a week. He says now, and he says, and I was able to keep my job. He says now my pay is £7.50 an hour. My rent is £900 a week, and they will place me at the top of a hat because there's always someone just waiting around the corner.
£900 a week?
Sorry, I'm talking about a month. I apologise.
Oh, right, okay.
And it was interesting in saying this, and and I said, well, you're from Lithuania. How do you feel about it? He says the oversupply of labour from all the new European countries that come through, and I just think that's very
odd. That's a very odd thing to say, because there can't be an oversupply of labour because we have what's called full employment. So where are all these people that you describe?
Well, when I go round, there's something else which bugs me as well. Is a lot of people say, oh, I hear this sort of, you hear all these phrases, oh, English people don't want to do these jobs. I do this, English people don't want to do these jobs. But, in London, when I go around London, I visibly see flats with one-bedroom flats all around me, and I'm in my road. You have houses with, what would be a 1 to 2 bedroom flat with about 12 people living in it, and they're all working on minimum wage.
Well, that seems an odd thing. How on earth do you know all that? Just by looking at the outside of a building?
No. You meet them, you talk to them, you can see it. It's very obvious.
Well,
yes.
Okay, well, I've lived in London since 1978, but I must admit that I've never gone up and talked to a house of multiple occupancy just out of curiosity.
In Tottenham, Clapton, Hackney, there are massive overcrowding in some places. But I'm not just, I just from the little bits that I've seen, and I just think to myself, well, it's just an interesting, and you think to yourself,
but what has that got to do with it, though? People are living in bad circumstances. That's always been the case.
There's a part of me which feels that this sort of, it's quite convenient to have all these free movement of labour. It means that a company never has to invest properly in their local area. They never have to really take their time to look after the staff, because if it doesn't work out, doesn't matter. We'll just get a whole new.
Well, I agree with all that, but
we'll pay them nothing.
I agree with all of that, but two things. First of all, that's all about to change because everybody's about to get fired by a robot, which won't require. It's true. Half of the population on Earth is about to have their job terminated with great vengeance.
Correct. Yeah, you've got a very good point. Very
so that problem is about to be subsumed by another much bigger problem. There's that. Also, I do agree, you're absolutely right, that in this country we have a terrible reputation for investing in research and development and investing in staff training and all of that sort of stuff. But, as I say, that's about to become not a problem anymore because they won't require people.
Yes, but you can't get away people feel, and I think it's very strong feeling. And there's another thing which I feel, which people feel very, very strongly about, is that there's a great feeling of feeling unfair. Now I work, there is, when I go to Italy and I go to other places, the welfare benefit system is so different. I mean, you go to Italy, there's no such thing as like a welfare benefit system, and you just feel like it's unfair. And it might not be unfair, but there's a great feeling of it being unfair. And when people have
what do you mean unfair? What is unfair?
Like somehow that's a group of people from another country who haven't paid into our tax system
can come and take advantage of our welfare system, but they don't.
No, not necessarily take advantage of our welfare system. I won't say welfare system, but come and take advantage of our whole system of everything that we.
Yes, but they don't. I mean, per head of population, they contribute more to the economy than we born and bred Brits do. This notion that they're dragging us down is 100% false. They're actually buoying us up.
You're probably right, but however, the feeling of being unfair is incredibly strong.
Well, yes, of course it is, because people have got left behind, but people are about to get left behind much more and in much greater numbers. And this feeling of unfairedness, I mean, that has been the case when they closed the pits, when they closed the old British car factories, when they closed the spinning works. Well, every change in the way that we work and in society has always upended people's lives, and they will always feel that it is unfair because it was something that they weren't expecting and it has impacted them negatively. But feeling as though things are unfair and you'd like to turn the clock back ain't going to result in anything positive. That's just wishing on a star. Saul, I've got to go, but thanks for that. That was a good call. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Oh, by the way, I mean, I know this isn't well, it is sort of important, but a certain individual's name has come up in relation to who's going to be the next James Bond. And it's a no from me. Furthermore, it's a no. I'll talk about that.
Do you mind if I say a few words? Thank you.
Yeah, so Donald Trump has extended the olive branch to the Democrats. No, he hasn't. It's just another episode on Planet Trump. First, he demanded his wall, and they said no. And then he started screaming and shouting, and then they said no. And he stormed out of the room, and they said no. And then he threw himself onto the floor and had a fit, and they said no. And then he shut himself in a room on his own and sulked, and they still said no. And so now he's acting more presidential.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
Yeah, nobody believes you, Donny. God, can you imagine what he'd be like if they actually gave him his stupid blooming wall? He would go on a victory tour of the stupid states. It's kind of their wall is our Brexit. Life hasn't worked out for a considerable number of people, so the reason is a small identifiable group, those people. It's their fault, and we can build a wall and then your life will be better. Well, every indicator is the opposite of that. It was just a call and response thing that he did to get a cheer at his stupid safe space rallies from the drooling yeehaws and the Make America White Again hats. Immigrant crime. Is anybody actually remotely interested in facts anymore?
No.
From December 2016, a study published in the Journal of Ethnicity in Criminal Justice showed that the US saw a 118% increase in its immigrant population, documented and undocumented, from 1980 through to 2016. Yet, during this same period, the rate of violent crime, homicides, rapes, robberies and assaults, according to the FBI, fell by 36%. Immigrant population increased by 118%. Violent crime fell by 36%. It's a completely manufactured fear. A more recent peer-reviewed study published in March 2017 by the Sociological Quarterly compared all forms of immigration and violence in rural versus urban communities from 1990 through to 2010. The number of foreign-born residents, accounting for many other factors, appeared to reduce violent crime rates in rural areas. In cities, immigration was significantly associated with reduced rates of violent crimes. More immigrants, fewer violent crimes. There's also a study published in February by the Cato Institute, which further rejects the idea that illegal immigration is tied to increases in rates of violent crime. But that don't get crowds cheering at safe space rallies. This study published in February looked at conviction data in Texas, the state with the second largest population of foreign-born residents, for native-born, unauthorized immigrant and legal immigrant residents. The research found that native-born residents were most likely to commit and be convicted of crimes, as in Americans, while unauthorized immigrants saw a conviction rate that was about 50% lower than true blue Americans. If you're American, what you don't want to be surrounded by is other Americans, because that'll get you killed. But you don't want to believe that? Sure, I got another one. There's a Criminology Journal study from March that examined states' reported rates of violent crime and illegal immigration from 1990 through to 2015. The data found a negative correlation, meaning that the more a population was made up of unauthorized immigrants, the lower the violent crime rate was. But, you know, these are just facts, and nobody's interested in facts anymore. Facts don't get you elected. It's just stoking people's fear. That's all it is. That's all a wall is. It won't work. It won't do any of the things that Donald Trump has said it will. He's lying about that just like everything else.
Oh, shut up!
He just can't help himself. It's the one thing that he's got now. He knows that in just around the corner the economy is going to tank. I mean, he's saddled Americans with unsustainable debt. It's the Republican Party is always has been about reducing the national debt. We've got to get big government smaller, and we've got to get the debt down. And they're just going on and on and on about it during Barack Obama's reign. You remember Barack Obama, don't you? Back when the world was a saner, less interesting place. And as soon as they're in power, the one thing that they're not remotely concerned about now is racking up debt. It's just how hypocritical these people are is just absolutely staggering. That's what the wall is. It's just a vote getter. It's to persuade people that the problem is not within themselves. It's within the outside forces who are coming to get you. You know, because they're murderers and rapists, and some of them are good people, I suppose. You know what in America you should really be concerned about? Is white people in Make America Great Again hats. White terrorism is what you should really be concerned about. I could give you a list of white terrorism offences, but I've only like a list of all of them over the last 30 years, but I've only got a 3-hour show. You are far more likely to be killed in a terrorist act by a white right-winger in America than you are an immigrant of any stripe. But that don't win you elections. You have to pretend that that's not happening. In fact, you would just ignore it completely and wait for an immigrant crime to come along and then say, aha, I told you so. Step lightly over the dozens of dead school children and people coming out of church and all of the other things that white supremacists have been guilty of, and point to the thing that the brown-skinned person did. Double parked over there. Build a wall. William in Newcastle says, I noticed that when Theresa May lost the vote with the largest margin in history, the question in the media was, why does Corbyn not resign? That's true. That's true. He says, do you think Corbyn should resign, seeing that he won the vote with the largest majority ever in the Commons? What a mixed up, screwed up world we live in, eh? Who's been waiting the longest? Norwich. Hello, Toby.
Hello, good evening, Nick.
Toby.
Hello.
Yes, Toby.
Yes, I'd like to respond.
Please speak directly into the phone.
I am.
That's better.
I'd like to respond to a statement you made earlier about people that actually voted to leave willfully ignorant.
Well, all of us, no, I think I was more general than that. I said all of us are willfully ignorant. Nobody's taken on any fact of any kind whatsoever in the intervening period. That's true, isn't it, Toby?
Well, yes, I would like to make my own statement. But basically, all the politicians, including the Prime Minister, are keeping going on about they want to respect the will of the people and they want to respect the result of the referendum. And the only way that I can personally see, and a lot of other people can see, to respect that result is to have a no deal and start from scratch.
Why?
Well, people voted to leave. There wasn't. The question was, do we leave or do we stay?
Yes.
The question wasn't, do we do we leave half or do we stay half? It was do we leave or do we stay?
Yeah, but why does that have to be no deal if it would be ruinous to the economy?
Well, I believe that there'll be harder times in the short term? Of course.
Well, what's a short term? What's the short term?
Well, the initial period, maybe...
Well, what does that...
Maybe 1 year...
A year! 1 year! We can turn it around in 1 year. Really?
I think maybe 1 or 5 years.
Oh, well, now we're up to 5.
But obviously, I do believe the nation is strong enough to bounce back like it has bounced back.
And what gives you that idea?
Well, your favourite subject, history.
History? Well, we used to have an empire. Have we bounced back from losing that?
Well, no, but if we talk about the empire...
That's a dead cat bounce, that, Toby.
At one point in time, the British Empire, I think, was 2/3 of the entire landmass.
Yeah. Well, I'll not quibble with fractions, but go ahead.
Yeah, so obviously...
So how have we bounced back from that?
Progress.
Is that the answer to my question?
Well, I believe it's just national progress.
Well, I don't know what that means. Do you?
Well, evolution, then.
Are these some of the facts that you've learned in the intervening period? Is this what you're regaling me with? Some of the information that you've taken on board?
Obviously, I'm not a politician. I don't say I am. I'm just voicing a personal opinion, which I believe it is voiced by quite a few people. By
you? You're representing yourself, Toby.
Yes, I agree with that then. But whether the vote was won by one person or a million people, but basically the Leave side won. Let's say whether it got one extra more vote or a million, it's still voted to leave, and that is the will of the
and
people.
now we know a lot more, or some of us know a lot more than we did then. We have apparently decided that we would prefer to stay. I mean, the majority of the people in any poll that you'd care to look at over the past at least 6 months or a year suggests that most people in this country now would prefer to stay. So what do you say to that?
Well, if there was another second referendum, I believe personally that it would make a mockery of the voting process
Dude, are you paying attention? It is a mockery.
It is. If we had a second one and it went the other way, then obviously people would want a third one and a fourth one and a fifth one.
Well, not necessarily. You could have it. You could honour the skewed result that we had, and I believe it was skewed by the Russians to the point that the government knows that it was, and it's so embarrassed about it, it won't know what to do about it, to the extent that it refuses to even countenance looking at it. It won't even investigate. Which is a catastrophe for this country, really. The Russians interfered with the future of this country for their own ends, and we won't do anything about it. I mean, what does it take for them to actually come onto our soil and kill people?
Is there any hard physical evidence?
Yes, there is, Toby. Yes, there is. But it's pointless to telling you about it because you will refuse to believe it. So you know why bother? You think that the situation we have at the moment is not a mockery? The government's at war with itself. The country's stockpiling food and medicine. The army's on standby to intervene, and ministers are openly fighting with each other. The Tory party's about to split in half. It's going very well.
Like I said, I do expect harder times at the start, right. Obviously.
Yeah. For 1, 5, 10? Should we say 20 years?
No, I don't. Well, I'm not an economist.
No, so you're just guessing. Yeah, you're just making it up. It's wishing that things are going to be okay, and assuming that because you wish for something, it actually will happen. Like we're all 3 years old.
you a long time.
This says, welcome to Nick Abbott's misleading statistics. Now, that's not what they wrote, is it? You cleaned that up for...
I have slightly edited.
Yeah, okay. Welcome to Nick Abbott's BS statistics. Rude. Hey.
Be polite.
He says, he or she... Well, I'll assume it's a he. Very, very aggressive right from the start. Let's assume that it's a he, shall we? Jam in donuts is down 7%, so therefore car crashes involving cats is up 10%. Yes, that's true. Maybe I read it wrong. Welcome to Nick Abbott's BS statistics. Jam in donuts is down 7%, so therefore car crashes involving cats is up 10%. Yes, that's true. What are you... What?
I think he's making an argument about causation and correlation.
Oh, no.
Because one thing is up, it doesn't necessarily mean that's what caused the other thing to be up.
But in reference to what, though?
Sorry, one second. I think in terms of the immigration and crime.
Oh, the immigration and crime. Seriously, Mr. whoever you are, how can you pick a hole? I just gave you 4 studies that all show a massive decrease in the rate of violent crime when there is an increase in the number of immigrant residents. That's not jam in donuts and car crashes involving cats, you idiot. And I mean that in the nicest and politest possible way. See, it's absolutely pointless talking to people who have decided that they're either in the Jets or the Sharks, because that's what's happened in this, not just in this country, but in America too. It's happening all over the world. I think that we're just around the corner from World War III.
I'll bring us into war.
Because people have just picked sides. I am extremely right-wing or I am extremely left-wing. And anybody that is in one camp hates the ones in the other camp and refuses to countenance any information that comes their way that will dissuade them from the opinions that they have jumped to in an instant with no knowledge of what it is that they're deciding on. I mean, that's just moronic. I gave you 4 studies, peer-reviewed, in quality journals. Information coming from the FBI. You would think that they would know about crime in America. All of them say that the higher increase of immigrants in your community, the lower the likelihood is of violent crime in that community. But you're not prepared to believe that, you tweeter, because you believe Donald Trump's made up BS about immigrants are going to come and kill you and rape you. But not in that order. But you see what I'm saying? It's absolutely pointless talking to these people because they refuse to take on board any information. They are the willfully ignorant that I was talking about earlier on. It's not just that they're ignorant, it's worse than that. They're willfully ignorant. They refuse to learn. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. And sadly, those are the ones that are shouting the loudest, and we are now being run as a country by those that shout the loudest. Let's have a call in Romford. Io.
Hi. Right. I would try to demonstrate that I am not ignorant. Can I just start by giving you a list of 8 MPs, and then I'll just tell you how this fits in context, please?
Well, can you tell us what it is you're going to say about them before you name them?
All right, okay. So, the day before the vote that Mrs. May lost, a group of people known as Remainer Nows from all over the country met up and went to see a group of MPs in Parliament. And basically, we are people who voted Leave in 2016 who've actually changed our minds. And it was really revealing to spend some time with people that were like me who voted Leave but now think that was really stupid and we should remain. And the only way forward, really, I see now is a second vote, and I don't see how we can undermine democracy with more democracy. The only question is what needs to be the question on the ballot paper so it's fair, so that everybody's views are represented in some way, and then it's a democratic vote. If Leave was to win after that second referendum, I, for one, would support Leave. But I do believe that when I voted for Leave, I did not have enough information. I did not really understand the implications of what I was doing, and since that time I did something like I went to Amsterdam, and because I got a contract out there.
Oh yeah.
So in 2017,
Amsterdam.
Want to score some pot?
Yes.
I'm a software engineer. So I just got this random call on a Monday. I was sitting on my desk on a Wednesday, and I was working there, and then it kind of all dawned on me. I was a migrant worker. I started to realise that there's lots of benefits and lots of, different things that you get from being part of the EU. So when I started to research it more and more and more and more, I started to realise people like Boris Johnson, people like Jacob Rees-Mogg, people like Nigel Farage were all sort of like just liars. And to be honest with you...
Let's back up just a moment. I think that's a pretty strong contention on your part. Let's say that you disagree with a lot of what they say.
Okay, I'll say I disagree with a lot of what they say, yeah? But you see, what the point I'm trying to say to you, the reasonable people need to stand up now. The reasonable people who voted Leave.
All right, well, let me ask you this, Io. I mean, you've been around, obviously. You've talked to people in various countries and situations and jobs and so on. Do you think that the majority of the people have learned in the intervening period as between the referendum and now as you have?
Do you know what? I was speaking to a lot of people. Literally, I asked the midwife the other day when she came round if she voted in, 2016. I'm like very passionate about it now. So I spoke to a lot of people, and from what I can see, like there has been a shift towards people who did vote Leave, who now think we should remain. I've spoken to lots of people, and the way I see it is, Leavers, I'm begging you, as a fellow UK citizen, we need to sort this out. We don't want to have riots or disorder. We just want to sort this out and get over this hump and turn a corner, okay? Yes, there was a vote, but it is clear that Leave wasn't defined. Lots of different flavours of Brexit were floated. We had Norway, we had Sweden, we had Canada plus, we had this, that and the other. Let's be honest with ourselves. Who really knew what WTO was until last week? No one.
People thought it was a wrestling federation.
Yeah, exactly. And now everybody's saying, let's just do this WTO. Let's just do this thing. Every single economist, anyone who's worth anything, the NHS, the people who make cars are telling you, if you do this, then there's going to be massive job losses.
They are. Every single person that you've just said, the people who run cars, who run industry in this country that we rely on, who run banks that we rely on, they're all saying the same thing. Don't go out on WTO rules. Don't crash out with a no deal. All of them, except for a guy who runs pubs and a fella who has relocated to Monaco for tax reasons.
Can I make one other point? Yeah. You know one thing, right? A lot of these people, they do come on the radio and they do sort of like make all these claims. But the thing is, yeah, any time that they're put up against somebody who really knows what they're talking about, they always get shown up. I mean, James O'Brien the other day had a interview with Jacob Rees-Mogg just after the referendum. Now, Jacob Rees-Mogg, he's got his own show on LBC, yeah? So he can come on, he can control the conversation. But when he's put up against someone like James, he was asked, yeah, the question that he couldn't ask is, the economist that you are citing that's saying, like, it will be all okay, it was the same economist that said that it would decimate our industries. And the person is just, like, couldn't answer that question. Now, Leave voters, I'm begging you, open your eyes. See what these people are doing.
You're wasting your breath. You're wasting your breath, Io. People have made their decision, and they are going to stick with it for several reasons. First of all, because they refuse to take on any new information, and second, it would be too much loss of face to admit that they made a mistake in the first place.
Look, I made a mistake.
Okay, well then you're being big about it.
I'm stepping forward. I'm saying I made a mistake. I definitely should not voted Leave. We do not want Boris Johnson in the hot Please, I'm begging you. He lies.
All right. Okay. All right. Good work. Nice talking to you. I got to go, Io. All right. Cheers, mate. I think that we learned one thing, and that one thing is...
Warning! Warning!
If you are a politician, do not sit down and think you're going to get an easy ride with the James O'Brien. I bet Nigel Farage still wakes up in a sweat. Don't you, Nigel?
We are thick, we are stupid.
You're wondering what it's all about, and I can't tell you because I don't know myself.
Chris says for years you've argued against short-termism. That's right. But now you argue against the WTO because of fear of short-term economic trouble. Makes no sense. Well, I'm fearful of short-term economic trouble and long-term economic trouble. Because you don't snap out of short-term economic trouble. I'm thinking about economic trouble for the rest of my life. That makes sense. Heather says, why are leavers so aggressive? Well, fundamentalist Brexiteer ultras seem to be defined by their anger. They're very, very angry. And they think that because they're wishing that something is going to be fine in the end, that will make it so. Like sticking your tooth under your pillow. Always wait till your tooth falls out. Wood Green, hello Martin.
Hello Nick.
Martin.
I voted to remain, but I'm finding this whole argument, even especially with your last caller, in that the bias that seems to happen. That interview that happened with James O'Brien and Jacob, from me looking at it, James O'Brien came across like a stroppy, upset child in that, where he kept huffing, he kept mocking Jacob's way of speaking, whereas Jacob was being quite... I thought he was a class act in that interview.
Right, well, I didn't hear it, so I can't comment.
You must have. How could you have not?
I must have? Well, if you say so.
You're saying... that is one of the most epic interviews I've heard on the station. For
right,
so
okay,
long.
well then I'll use our catch-up service.
So what the guy was referring to was, I think Jacob cited an economist called Patrick Minford.
Oh, he is very good. I have no idea.
Well, apparently he's messed up before on certain projections.
Oh, are you kidding me? Weather forecasters always mess up, but that doesn't mean to say that we dismiss everything that they say. Of course, scientists mess up all the time, but overall they get things right.
But that's what Jacob was saying. James was...
But that's just such a specious argument. That's absolutely preposterous. That's like saying, well, because the medical profession got something wrong once, I no longer trust the medical profession. I'll treat myself, if you don't mind.
But that's exactly what James O'Brien was trying to argue. Because
Right.
Patrick Minford's messed up before. You can't trust anything that he has to say.
Exactly.
Because what James O'Brien does is he just tries to do these gotcha things. And that's what instead of trying to have an intellectual discussion on that, because...
Well, I disagree. Have you heard this? Well, see, I can't comment on the interview that you're talking about because I haven't heard it, but my experience of listening to James O'Brien is that he does deal in facts, which discombobulates his interview. Have you heard this interview with Nigel Farage?
Yeah, I did. But what
he took him apart molecule by molecule.
But he was also still looking for that gotcha, and what James does...
Well, it makes no difference whether he does that or not. I mean, you say that about James O'Brien. Every political interviewer is inclined to do just that.
But there's
the reason that they do that is because politicians don't answer the question for a living.
But here's the thing: if someone like James likes the politician, he goes easier on him. When he doesn't,
this is selective hearing on your part, Martin. You just disagree with James O'Brien's position.
No, I don't. I don't disagree. I just disagree that when he doesn't like someone, he looks for a gotcha, and he doesn't have an intellectual interview.
Well, I don't think that is right. It's too sweeping a statement. Just because you didn't like the one interview and that you were on Jacob Rees-Mogg's side as opposed to... Well, you just said that you were.
No, I wasn't. I said Jacob came across more fair. He came across more polite. He was more class in the interview.
No, I think that he uses his upper class mean as a weapon against people.
But that's where you see now you're being unfair.
No, I'm not. I'm being accurate. I know. In my opinion, I'm being accurate. Just being polite does not necessarily mean that you are answering questions and that you are being honest. Politeness can be used as a weapon against the person that you're talking to.
This is the bias that we have on one side of the argument and the other. If you don't
it's not. It's not a bias. It's factual.
Yeah, Jacob has plenty of facts as well. They both have facts.
No, we're not talking about the content of what it is they're saying. Now we appear to be talking about the way in which they're saying it, and I am telling you that being overly polite in that clipped upper class manner that he has is not necessarily an indicator that he is being honest and truthful.
I never said that's an indicator of him being truthful. I'm saying that both sides have facts, but your side of the argument tends to be if you disagree with someone, you try to make out they're stupid. And James does that same thing. If he disagrees, he tries to make out they're a liar or that they don't have any facts, even when they're telling you facts.
If you are talking to a politician of any stripe, it is quite likely that they are disseminating misinformation. Agreed?
Yeah, with many of them. But I think certain politicians tend to get a following when they do answer questions. And Jacob's one of those where he does seem to answer questions. If we were to talk about Diane Abbott now, who can never answer a question, then I agree with you 100%.
Well, see, that's too sweeping a statement as well. I mean, you're accusing me and James O'Brien of bias, but you are just as guilty when you say that. Diane Abbott has a great long history in politics. At one point, she must have answered a question. You saying that she never answers a question is obviously wrong. Martin, we can go around and around in a tight circle if you like, but let's just agree to disagree. How does that sound? Graham in Crouch End says, the government entered into a contract with the people, quotes, we will implement your decision once in a lifetime, etc. Why don't the Leave lot have a Gina Miller type character who will step up and sue the government for breach of contract? It's a democracy, no? Yeah, but the point that we're dealing with now is, yes, leave, but what leave? That would be the point of a second referendum. I mean, you'd have to be off your mind to actually want a second referendum.
We should have a second referendum.
But if we do, then let's have what kind of leave would you like? Not that it would make the blindest bit of difference, because people wouldn't have the faintest idea what they were voting for. I mean, I don't know why I'm suggesting it. You ask people whether they want to leave on World Trade Organization rules or no deal or Theresa May's deal, and they'll say WTO. And you will ask them what that means, and they won't have any idea, not a clue. You'll have people from industries that will be decimated instantly by dealing on the WTO rules who would demand that we deal on WTO rules. Like farmers, for instance. This text says, the main problem with Brexit is the fact that we've got it. It's here and now, and it seems to be affecting the likes of me and you. Makes you think, doesn't it, mate? No. I don't understand what that means. Shall I read it again?
No.
It says, the main problem with Brexit is the fact that we've got it. It's here and now, and it seems to be affecting the likes of me and you. Makes you think, doesn't it, mate? No. No, fortunately, I have no problem in thinking too much. None at all. So, like I said, what a position we find ourselves in. The government's at war with itself. The Conservative Party's about to split in half. Every warehouse in the land is chock full of food that won't go off and medicines that we need. And the army's on standby. Who even knew that we still had an army? Ministers are openly fighting with each other. I'm surprised they aren't punching each other out. How is Brexit going so far?
Oh, fabulous.
And it's funny, journalists keep asking David Cameron whether he regrets calling the referendum, and he keeps saying, no, I do not regret it. He said it was a promise he made, and so it was, it was right and correct. In that manner that he's got. Right and correct to honour his pledge. But that's the wrong question they're asking. They're letting him off the hook. The question is not whether he regrets calling it. The question is whether he regrets making that pledge to call it in the first place. But he keeps insisting he's done the right thing. as the country makes the provision for the military to step in to keep order, as his party looks like splintering into little bits, and another general election is likely to send the Tories into opposition for years to come, he keeps refusing to admit his mistake. What's the matter, Dave? Too much loss of face?
I think this is nonsense.
Hey, we're still not missing you, by the way. In case you were wondering. And if we ever do, we know where to find you. In the shed, where they keep the tools.
Correct.
Meanwhile, the Aid Secretary Penny Mordaunt went public in defence of crashing out of the EU. You know, no deal's better than a bad deal, that old line. I thought Mrs M had tried that on for ages. But it fell out of fashion. Well, fashion's back. It's like 2018 all over again. It's back. And Amber Rudd, the Work and Pension Secretary, hit back at Penny Mordaunt, tweeting a link to the CBI warning about the dangers of no deal to business. But, you know, as the CBI, the Confederation of British Industry, only represents 190,000 British businesses and 140 trade associations employing 7 million people, about a third of the private sector workforce, as they are experts in possession of facts, no one is remotely interested in anything they have to say.
Correct.
We would much rather pay heed to the fantastical aspirations of greatness that are being peddled by the self-interested and the non-dom tax-avoiding super-rich that constitute a suspiciously large percentage of the people that are urging the hardest Brexit. Some Tory MPs insist the EU could be bullied into capitulating to our every demand if we make it look like we're eager to leave without a deal, a sort of Russian roulette brinkmanship. You better give us what we want, or we'll kill ourselves. We'll do it. It's the gift that keeps on giving, ain't it? You know, if it wasn't for that kaleidoscopic clown show going on in America, we'd be the laughingstock of the world right now.
Oh, shut up!
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Thank you, Donny. Thank you for being you.
The world's gone crazy.
Billy says, I was browsing the internet and found out that the Chinese like to give politicians nicknames. Xi Jinping is Big Daddy. Really? Because I thought he was Paddington Bear, which is why they don't show Paddington Bear in China. They banned it. What is it with these thin-skinned autocrats? Theresa May is Auntie May. Vladimir Putin is Pale Moth. Ooh, that's a bit sinister. Justin Trudeau is the Little Potato. Angela Merkel is Silent Granny. And Donald Trump is Donald the Strong. Oh, please. That doughy, soft-headed oaf.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Donald the Strong, do me a favour. He says, don't worry about Brexit. Auntie May will take care of it with help from Donald the Strong. Well, if we're relying on help from that guy...
Bing bong!
Him, then we really are in big trouble.
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop!
Yeah, exactly. Let's have a call in Enfield. Hello, John.
Hello. Calm down, Nick. You're getting me all excited.
I'm very, very relaxed. Listen to me. I'm like a yoga guru.
Yowza. Okay, then. Well, I'll put in a word, if I may. I'll give you an analysis of what's happening at the moment.
Yes, analyse it for me.
What has happened? Yes. What has happened is the ship of state has run into an iceberg. The iceberg being the EU, okay? The pound is shrinking like the Titanic did. There's not enough lifeboats.
Is that true? Did the Titanic shrink?
It shrunk.
In water?
Sorry.
What did they make it of? Wool?
Sunk, I'm sorry.
Oh, sunk. Yes.
I haven't got my teeth in at the moment, so sunk like the Titanic. The pound is sinking like the Titanic at the moment. There's not enough lifeboats to go around. The setup on the Titanic is the same that exists in our society. The establishments always survive.
Yeah, the first class go first, yes.
Exactly, of course. And this is happening. You can relate it directly to what happened to the Titanic, and it's happening in this country now, but politically, through the financial market, of course. There's too many lawyers in Parliament and so on. What we need is absolutely top-notch scientists, particularly that can teach.
Well, see, this is why we have the Lords, because they're supposed to be
so on and things like that.
They're supposed to be experts in their chosen fields, as opposed to our politicians who are just experts in obfuscation.
That's right, putting money in their own pockets. Like,
well, that's true, yeah, that too.
Like bankers and
the financial finaglers,
and so on, and all those type of people. You see, that's the thing that's upsetting our country at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. All of those people.
And nothing is going to change, believe me.
No, it won't, because the only way that it could change is if the people who would lose if it changed would have to vote for that change. It ain't going to happen.
Exactly.
All right, okay, thanks for depressing us even more. Cheers, John. 0345 6060 973. Phil says, after losing the empire and we became the sick man of Europe, we bounced back by joining the EU. Well, the timeline is correct. We did bounce back after joining the EU, after we were the sick man of Europe. We were the sick man of Europe, and then we became the powerhouse of Europe. Can anybody remember back that far?
No.
This text says, the North of Ireland voted 55.8% to remain, but there is no voice in Westminster to speak for us. Well, if there was, we'd be able to detect them in a crowd. Arr, arr, arr. There's plenty of voices. Are you kidding me? There's plenty of voices. They're just drowning out each other, though, that's all. Waving their papers in the air, going, "Puh!" Having a jolly good time of it, it looks like to me. They all look like they're drunk to me at Prime Minister's Questions. Well, I suppose they start drinking at 10 o'clock in the morning, in readiness, because it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Bound to be. Check your watches. Raymond says, I'm listening to you from Colombia. Don't you think the Trump's wall will help reduce drugs traffic through the borders? Excellent question, Raymond. And the answer is?
No.
No, because drugs go through ports. And they go through roads that go through the borders. Not port. Well, they go through ports, of course, but they go through what do they call the crossing stations, whatever they call that. Drugs don't go over the wall. I mean, there are fences in some areas of the border, but the drugs don't go through there. They go in cars through legal entry stations, whatever they call that, customs stations, and they go through ports. And these days, people buy them on the internet. Donald Trump's proposing a medieval solution to a modern problem, but that's him all over. I know technology better than anybody in the world. He lied. No, of course it won't. The American legal the CIA and the FBI and and everybody has any, and the tobacco and firearms, what do they call it, the AFT or the TFI or something like that, alcohol, tobacco and firearms, ATF. Those people say that it doesn't come over the border, apart from in legal crossing points, in cars. People aren't running with it across Texas. Of course not. This text says, leave or remain, both options suck. Everyone who voted in the referendum needs their heads checked. Where was the third vote or the fourth vote? Well, you mean question? Where was the third question? Is that what you mean? But he's right about that. We do all need our heads checked. Stamford Hill. Hello, Joseph.
Hey, Nick. This is my first time, actually. I've been listening to you for over 5 years.
Wow. Welcome along.
Yes, and tonight I'm compelled actually to call you. You had a caller who said that he made a mistake to voting leave, and he was actually trying to impress you that he knows countries in Europe. I can guarantee you this guy, he cannot even name 5 countries, or he cannot name 5 European countries. He was trying
you can't guarantee that.
No, I can guarantee you, because whatever he's saying, I think there are these people who are actually coming and talking about their experts. They know Europe. This guy, he has never even lived. I can tell you by the way he speaks.
No, you can't.
Why not? Why not?
How can you tell whether somebody has left the country by the way they speak?
Listen, the guy is just following the wind wherever the wind is blowing. Now, because he thinks that people are they're anti-Brexit. So if he says he wants to remain, that means he will be listened to and he will be paid attention to. That's what I see. I have spoken. I also speak to a lot of people. I am speaking as an African person who actually believes that the only place for any foreigner, and that guy, he didn't even sound like an English person, is Britain. Yeah, believe me. I have been in some parts of Europe where black people are really treated like, I don't know. I don't want to use bad words here.
Well, black people are treated like bad words here.
No.
Yeah, they absolutely are.
Nick, there is this thing about people, English people do not understand the troubles and the challenges that a black person goes through, especially in Europe. They will not understand that. You see, here you have got a law which prevents anyone.
Oh, well, there's a law that prevents people from killing each other, but they still do it. There's a law that prevents people from driving around without a seatbelt, but Her Majesty the Queen does it, and so does her rude and intemperate husband. These assertions of yours, Joseph, I would suggest are not necessarily true, but that's just me. Only me.
Back to it.
Donald Trump, you are the absolute worst. I mean, he came over all presidential, didn't he? He didn't stray from the script. Somebody must have one of those dog collars that shocks you. Must have put one of those around him and threatened him not to stray from the script, because he didn't write any of those words. And so he was all, he was trying to be presidential. Oh, if only that had worked. He was trying to be presidential.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
Yeah. But his message was exactly the same. He just wasn't shouting it, that's all. His message continues to be, they're murderers and they're rapists, and some of them are nice people, I suppose. If we build a big, beautiful wall, which is not a wall now, it's a fence, and it's a see-through fence, and it's made of steel, and it's made of concrete, and I don't know, it could be just a line in the sand, but if we build a wall of some sort, the crime rate will go down. The obvious inference being that immigrants are causing crime. But all of the evidence suggests the contrary. It's not true. But he just will not deviate from that script, because telling white people that white people are causing the crime and that white people are going and killing the members of the community, and you're more likely to get killed by a white person, ain't going to get white people to vote for you. And so you say, forget all the step over the bodies of all the people that white people killed, and I'll show you a brown person over here who's just stolen a bottle from a liquor store. Just ignore all of the dead bodies in front of you, because they were killed by white people, so that's okay then. If it was killed by a white person, then it's too early to talk about gun control. It's truth. If he was really interested in protecting the American people, then he'd talk about gun control. But the gun lobby gave him so many millions of dollars to fund his campaign, he's never going to say that. Because he's only interested in himself. You know, that fella just before the news who was saying that, black Britons have a much better time in this country and, everything's fine. There's no racism here. They've managed to kick racism out of football and the country. Great success. Well, there was this thing that came out just the other day. Black Britons and those of South Asian origin face shocking discrimination in the labour market at levels unchanged since the late 1960s. A study by experts. Oh, it was experts. I wish I'd known that ahead of time. I could have dismissed it out of hand. A study by experts based at the Centre for Social Investigation at Nuffield College, University of Oxford, found that applicants from minority ethnic backgrounds had to send 80% more applications to get a positive response from an employer than a white person of British origin. They just go by your name. So tell me again about how everything's improved. This text says, David Cameron is the only honourable politician left in this who still believes in democracy and believes the people's voices should be heard and respected. Oh, please. What are you talking about? The only reason that he posed the question in the first place is because he thought we'd give him the different response. If he knew that it was going to go this way, he would never have asked us. What are you on about? Deluded. Crystal Palace. Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Jack. Sorry. Oh, hello, Nick. I wanted to ask, are you related to Ross Abbott by any chance?
I wish I was.
You know, the comedian? No? Huh? Okay. Well, what it was about was...
Are you related to Jack Sparrow by any chance?
Yeah, remotely. Right. We wing it when we have to. Do you know what I mean?
No.
It's... What's in... remain and leave. I mean, remain... What does remain mean, would you say? Trying to define it, what people mean by it. What does... If the referendum, the result had been remain, what does remain mean? It means to stay in. So leave means to be out. As simple as that. In and out. Remain means in. Leave means out. So that's pretty straightforward, isn't it? You think?
Well, what is the point you're making, Jack?
Well, the point is, if we can't agree on very...
It's like a speaking dictionary on the phone.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, if we can't agree on very simple, basic language, then how can people communicate? There's no agreement, and it just degenerates into shouting matches of people showing no respect to each other and no respect for the language. It's just, and people that try to exploit, things to their advantage, in the face of common sense. Like, what does the word mean? In, leave is out and remain is in. It's, and the referendum, it was not what they call it. It wasn't subject to a deal. It was quite clear, remain or leave. So I think hopefully that will sort of, clarify things. But to go on to...
No, it doesn't clarify anything. What are you even hearing yourself? What are you talking about, man?
Well, this is it.
Leave means leave, but what kind of leave is what we're discussing now?
No, leave means out.
Yes, but what kind of out do we want?
What out is out?
No, it isn't.
Out is out.
Oh my God! Have you paid attention at all? Have you been in a coma for 3 years?
Yeah. I'm listening very closely. You go in front of a judge or a policeman comes to a property, and I told this guy to leave, and he says to you, "Well, what do you mean by leave?" Or the villain says, "What do you mean? But could you clarify? Could you?"
Okay, I'm going to stop you there, Jack, because this is one of the most asinine conversations I've had in the 3 years that we've been discussing this, and that is a packed list. I've got to tell you, you are right there at the top. I'll say you're number 7 with a bullet. Get Alan Freeman on the phone. He can do a countdown for us. Sound of the swinging cymbals. Let's hear it right now. Hey! I miss Alan Freeman. I wish he was still doing a show. Don't you? Pauline says, Cameron should regret the referendum. It shows how arrogant he was, as he gave no thought to the possibility of people voting for it. So there was no plan for it. Had to run away, tail between legs, arrogant. Well, yeah, arrogant does define him, and many others of his ilk. I think they teach it to you in that place, assuming you don't arrive with it already instilled within you. Lenny says, if wool shrinks in water, then why don't sheep shrink when they get wet in the rain? Or is that why they hide when there's a rainstorm? That's an excellent question. How come wool shrinks? Like woolen socks, they shrink to the point that I can't get my feet in them anymore, which I find very, very irritating. And a jumper, I also find it irritating that you've got to take things to a dry cleaners. And they're lying about that, by the way. There's nothing dry about it. It's liquid. They squirt liquid up it. What's dry about that? There's another set of people that are disseminating misinformation. Liar! But I find it really aggravating that you've got to take anything to the dry cleaners. And I usually buy things that you can't, that don't require it. Because I'm doing my bit to protect the environment. Groovy. Yeah, plus it costs. And if you've got to dry clean your woolen socks, well, that's just ridiculous. But why doesn't the wool on sheep shrink? As soon as you take it off a sheep, it shrinks. Stupid sheep. Mary says, unfortunately, you can't educate the willfully ignorant. We're all doomed. Maybe we can borrow Donald Trump's imaginary wall to hide behind for the next 2 decades. No, I think we want to build that wall around him. Would be a good idea. Just present yourselves to the local authorities, Donald. Assume the position. Brighton. Hello, Kevin.
Hello.
Kevin.
Yes, hello.
Yes, Kevin.
Yes, how are you? Very well, thank you.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I just want to take on board what's just happened. He asked me how I was and then answered his own question. Apparently, I'm doing fine. I'm glad to know that, Kevin. What else have you got?
Obviously. Well, Nick, I totally agree with you, mate. And I'll tell you what.
No.
I do. 100%, my friend, I'm sorry to say. 100%. I mean, I cannot believe these Brexits. Yeah.
Brexits. Yes.
What are they thinking? What are they thinking?
I don't know what anybody is thinking anymore. I think that people aren't thinking.
They don't even know where they're going.
I think I don't know about you, Kevin, but I've met people, and I think they have the intellectual capacity of a mollusk.
Well, a mollusk has got more, I think, because at least it knows what it's eating. Well, does it?
Do they?
I don't know.
Do they know where they're going to, mollusks? That's my question. Thanks a lot, Kevin. I have no idea what that was, but it fits right in. I've read all of those, so I'll just delete them while you wait. Ken says, I have a novel Brexit idea. Let's have a referendum on whether we should... Oh, that's not a novel idea, Ken. Let's have a referendum on whether we should hold another referendum. I must have read that dozens of times. Not novel. You lied about that. Zach says, do you realise that Friday, March the 29th at 11 p.m, when we leave the ew, will be in the middle of your show? How ironic. Will there be cake and ice cream? Can't wait for it. I shall be sipping my champagne and laughing at every single Ramona, says Zach. Well, I hope that you are not financially inconvenienced in any way, shape or form, Zach. I hope it doesn't happen to you. Steve says, so I've been listening to your show for the last 3 years, and only now do you choose to tell me that you're not Alan Freeman. I hate to break the news to you, but he's gone. All right? I used to work playing rock and roll music.
Rock and roll!
And I started drifting into an Alan Freeman impression, and then I was doing whole shows just doing him. I just sort of segged into it. Well, it's a great way to do a show. Scott says, you and James O'Brien... Oh, God, here we go. Grip onto something firm, everybody. It's another complainer.
Stop whining.
You and James O'Brien use the radio as a way of spouting your lies and communist tripe. Communist tripe. Communist tripe. Is there any point in reading on?
No.
He says, WTO is fine, half the world trades on it. You know, as in UNO, you know that you what? WTO is fine, half the world trades on it, you know that, but you just won't say it because it doesn't fit your agenda. I think isn't the only country that trades solely on WTO rules Mauritania or some place like that nobody could, even if I put a gun to your head, you wouldn't be able to locate it on a map. I think Singapore, which is just basically a large port with a bank attached, trades on much of their whatever it is they do for a living. I think they beat people for a living and freak out about drugs to a berserk extent for a living, or whatever else it is they do. They things come in and out of their ports, and they take a slice. I think much of their trade is WTO, and almost nobody else on Earth. Solely on WTO rules. So what are you talking about, Scott? I should have stopped reading it. Communist tripe. Communist. God. I've almost read it all, I expect. The Isle of Wight. Hello, Billy.
Hello, good evening, Nick.
Billy.
Yeah, I'm not very happy with you, Nick.
Oh, no. I haven't made a mistake again, have I? Why do I keep doing that?
I normally always enjoy listening to you, but I've got to say, I didn't like what you said about Brexit, Nick. You was mentioning about Leave. What type of Leave votes people voted for? If I'm getting the right flow of things here. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but basically, I wanted to call up really to say that you could argue what type of anything people want in any type of election till you're blue in the face. I mean, you've only got to look at the Green Party for that. You know,
the Green Party. What have they done now?
Well, let's say someone votes for the Green Party. Are they voting for a Baroness Jenny Jones Brexit Green Pie? Are they voting for a Jonathan Bartley Green Pie? Are they voting for a Vix? Sorry, not Vix. That's the name of the candidate on the Isle of Wight, believe it or not. Are they voting for a Jonathan Bartley Green Party?
Well, I'll tell you why I voted Green. Shall I? Shall I tell you why I voted Green?
Yes, please do.
Because they were none of the above.
But see, this is what I mean. So you voted for the Green Party for that reason, but there are plenty of others out there that voted...
Well, they probably read the manifesto and thought, yeah, that sounds about right, and voted for that.
Well, I think it's already been proven, really, isn't it, that a lot of voters don't tend to read the manifestos.
Well, they may have glanced at the leaflet that came through the door. I mean, some of the leaflets that come through your door have a picture of your local representative on them that makes you drop the leaflet with shock. And you think, oh, well, I need not read a single word of that. I don't like the look of that person, so whoever he or she is representing does not get my vote.
Yeah, I mean, I do see your point there, and I do feel that, you know, that is valid. But then again, I suppose if you look at what the government sent out, you know, that pamphlet that they spent £9 million on, it did actually state in there that we would leave the single market, I believe it is. So it's not as though Brexit voters who decided to do what you're suggesting, which is read leaflets, weren't exactly informed. I mean,
well, no, I disagree with you there, because I think that even now, if I went into the street with a clipboard and asked 1,000 people what the single market was, I bet I would get a handful of people who actually knew what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people don't know. I'm not an expert on the EU by any stretch of the imagination, and, you know, I could probably just about ruffle up what I think the single market is, like a lot of people. But then that's politics for you overall. I mean, what I believe in, and this is why I wanted to call up, Nick, because...
But on that issue, it doesn't really matter whether you know the intricacies of it. Leaving the single market can be done in a variety of ways. It can be done by having a deal which props up our economy in some way and goes a way to alleviate the concerns of the people on whom we rely for our income. Or we can just crash out and cross our fingers and hope for the best and expect it will work out fine because we're British.
See, I think these are sentiments that just don't help in the political debate. The words like crashing out.
I'm not helping? Oh, no.
Well, the thing is, do you know what the IMF said prior to the referendum, Nick? They said that this is the vote. I'm talking about the vote, not actually Brexit happening. The IMF, and you can Google this, it was on a number of news outlets that are very reputable. They said that the housing market and the stock market would crash immediately after the Brexit vote happened. That's not after Brexit happened, that's after the vote happened. So all these words like crashing out, it really doesn't help. I'm a liberal Brexiteer.
But the pound did crash.
The pound did crash, but the stock market and the housing market, which I've just mentioned, didn't. Now, what I'm saying is words like crashing out and it's going to be doomsday. I'm not saying that you're saying that as such, but you did say crashing out.
Well, I mean, I've got here the IMF. The IMF says the UK economy will rapidly start to contract in the event of a disruptive exit. So I'm not sure that you're right.
Well, they also said, and you can look at a number of articles going back to 2016, that the stock market and the housing market would crash overnight after the vote to leave. That's
I'm not sure of that. I don't recall ever reading that. So I dispute. I dispute your assertion.
But what I'm saying is, your listeners can look at that information for themselves.
So is your contention, Billy, that because economists once got things slightly wrong, that or even very wrong, that we should no longer listen to economists?
No,
or experts of any kind?
I certainly didn't suggest that, and I think what you're doing.
So what's your point, though? Well, what's your point, though? You said that the IMF once got something wrong, and...
See, now you're talking over me, and that doesn't help, Nick.
Oh, God. Well, don't get an attitude about it, Billy. I'm saying that you said that the IMF once got something wrong. What's your point?
No, what I'm saying is I'm quoting what you said, which is the word crashing out, and I'm saying that sentiments like that, and I've said that twice now, so your listeners, can make their own mind up, but I'm saying that words like that don't help, and I use the example of the IMF in that particular situation as an example. If you want another example, I can give you one.
But when you say don't help, are you saying ruinous to the economy, or just poison the discussion?
Maybe I know you're short for time, so maybe we can end on a positive note. What I'm saying is words like that don't help.
But what do you mean by help?
Well, if you'd let me finish, Nick, maybe I can explain to you. So I'm quite a liberal Brexiteer, and I think that the 48% need to be equally as represented as the 52%. And using strong words like crashing out simply doesn't help, because I'm one of these...
You keep saying don't help. Explain explain what you mean.
So it's exaggeration, because the IMF said very clearly before the referendum...
Oh, God, please don't repeat that again.
Okay, well, I won't repeat that one. I used the example that George Osborne gave before the election, which was that every
the very popular George Osborne.
£4.5 worse off. And see, even you think that's ridiculous. So you prove my point.
I don't.
Well, no, you do.
Now you're putting words in my mouth.
Okay, well, now you know what it feels like.
Well, but you don't win an argument by doing the exact same thing that you just accused me of, telling me it was the wrong thing to do, Billy. Jeffrey says, why don't you sod off to an EU country then if it's all so fabulous? You see, we are just surrounded by morons. We're following Jeffrey as a country. It's excruciating. If you don't like if you don't think the way I think, says Jeffrey, then you should leave the country. He represents the people who are shouting the loudest. We're surrounded by them. What's instructional is that now we know they're there. Like previously to all of this, thanks very much, David Cameron. Previously, we were blissfully ignorant that we were surrounded by such people. Trolls. Back under your bridge, Jeffrey. Jack from Worthing says, a three-way vote via a referendum is the only way forward. Leave with no deal, Remain, or May's deal. I voted out and I wish I hadn't. I'm so fed up with it all. I just want to get back to going on holiday without the terrible exchange rate. Yeah. People don't think that their lives have been impacted in any way, shape or form, like that last caller would assert, but they have. It's just that you don't notice it. It didn't happen on day one, and it wasn't presented to you as a consequence of the vote. But it has happened. And the prices in stores may not have skyrocketed. They might not have gone up by 10% or more as the pound has gone down. That's because stores have absorbed the higher costs because they're in a price war with each other. But that won't last forever. Ruth in West Hampstead said, is the last caller aware how much money was pumped into the economy after the vote by Mark Carney to stop the exact scenario he's talking about? Well, let's not get bogged down in facts, Ruth. Nobody's interested in those anymore. But I did like his superior attitude, which fits right in on the Isle of Wight, by the way. I thought that in the brief time that I spent there, a couple of days last summer, I thought they're all a bit... the entire island was a bit up itself, I thought. Hey, I'm glad that you kept that one right at the top there, by the way. I mean, I've read it. Normally you take that off the screen. Why don't you highlight it and put it up in red? Why don't you sod off to an EU country then, if it's all so fabulous? Oh, my God. I'd love to know what you do for a living, Jeffrey, but I'm frightened that you might say you're a teacher. What? You know what we're going to get next? A general election. Oh, no. Ministers have warned that a once unthinkable general election may be the only option left for Mrs. M. And it could be as soon as February the 28th. What? Yeah. It's like a month away. And David Cameron would like it to be known that he still doesn't regret calling a referendum. It's all your fault, David Cameron.
I think this is nonsense.
Apparently there's a growing feeling around the cabinet table that an early poll could happen. And you know what? If Theresa May has ruled it out, then I would bet on it happening. It's all about the deadlock. You see, nobody can agree with anybody else about anything anymore. And without having a second referendum, which is another thing that she's ruled out, it's about the only way to break the deadlock. But it would mean that the Labour Party would have to crystallise what they believe in, rather than just disagreeing with what Mrs. M says. They'd have to present a policy of some sort. And they ain't got much time to come up with one. One source claimed that Mrs. May's election manifesto would be formed from an updated Brexit plan. Yeah, it'll be an updated Brexit plan, which will be the same plan as before, but with Plan B written on the front of it. And the public could choose that, or choose to get Uncle Jezza to have a go at it. I mean, he couldn't do a worse job than this lot, could he? 2/3 of MPs would have to vote for an election under the Fixed Term Parliamentary Act, but at least 2/3 of MPs want someone else in charge, so it's not out of the question. And of course, Mrs. M has ruled out a vote before 2022, but she's also said that she also said the exact same thing before the 2017 election. You remember? She said no, and then...
Yes.
Yeah. But don't rule it out. It may be where we're going. Civil servants have been ordered to draw up plans for another election in February, in case a Prime Minister decides to go to the country. God, if I was her, I would have left a long time ago. How's being Prime Minister, Mrs. M?
Oh, fabulous.
At least 9 ministers, including 3 in the cabinet, have told their constituency associations to prepare for an early general election. The whispering has started. I think we can start to prepare for deciding whether we will bother to vote in the next general election. Start deciding now, before it's too late. Let's have Harrow, Sebastian.
Hey, Nick. Hi.
How you doing?
Crikey, I've been waiting all week for your show starting on Friday. So much has happened, and I was thinking, oh, what would Nick say? What would Nick do? Oh, my God, this is really crazy. And so much has happened, I couldn't believe that you're probably going, come on, I want that microphone, give me the microphone.
I'm just sitting at home agog, just trying to keep up. The noise in my mind's like... Yeah, I'm all of a confusion.
what I ran to say was that when somebody comes on the line and starts using examples of other countries, that in that country they can do this, and the other country they can do X, Y, Z, they should look at the regime of that country. They should look at how somebody might be living in that area, in that country, to say what kind of lifestyle they are. Well, they're nothing like what we have in the UK.
What is it that you're talking about specifically?
Oh, the Singapore example. Somebody saying, "Oh, we can deal with them," and they have completely different regimes. They won't let you spit gum out on the street. They'll have you arrested and put you in prison.
Yeah, well, never mind the sort of medieval way that they have with crowd control over there and controlling what individuals can say and do and watch and touch and squeeze. Never mind about that. Singapore is a completely different economy than ours. I mean, Singapore is just a port. That's pretty much all they do. They do a port. They do ports and they do tax haven racketeering. But we're not like that at all. We're a giant country that's all spread out. Singapore is about half the size of London with 7 million people in it. It's packed together, whereas we have vast stretches of countryside with nobody in them.
But there's no room in this country for any more.
Well, that is just preposterous. I mean, if you just take a train anywhere, you'll go through huge stretches of land that don't have a single house on it.
Exactly. My point. You've got to be looking like for like. Look at like for like, and then you can make some kind of reasonable comparison. Somebody who's a Brexiteer comes up and doesn't give a reasonable argument. They rabbit on about the will of the... If I ever hear that ever again, I might...
Well, don't say something you were going to regret, Sebastian. Your head will explode. No, don't promise us that.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. But anyway, let's hope for the best. And if we can't hope for the best, then they deserve what they get, honestly.
Well, there is a bit of me that thinks that a lot of the people that are complaining the loudest, that want the hardest Brexit, are also the people, and this is also true for Donald Trump, they're also the people that are going to be suffering the most from that scenario. They don't know it because they refuse to take on board any information, but it's true. Thanks a lot, mate. I've got to go. Cheers. 0345 6060 973. Like the people in agriculture, for instance. What's the point? they won't listen, so why bother? But there is just a bit of me that thinks, you know what? Okay, well, I hope it is a. That caller was in a high state of agitation that I used the phrase crashed out, as though I'm the person that invented that. And it's unhelpful, whatever that means. As though everybody else's language is tempered. But if we do leave without a deal, then I think you'll find that the people that are most vociferously for that scenario will also be the ones that suffer the greatest from it. But they don't know that, because they refuse to take on board any information. They believe what they believe, based on no facts of any kind whatsoever, and that's the end of it. No thought has gone into that opinion, and no discussion will be entered into. It's staggering. We're just being blown about like a rudderless ship by whoever is shouting the loudest. Catherine in Guildford says, these twits who say don't like it, then leave and... don't like it and then leave and go to the EU, fail to realise that they have voted to remove that option from us by taking away freedom of movement. Absolute twits, says Catherine in Guildford. That's right. I can't go and move to the EU. Mansour says these leavers need to realise that there is no empire anymore. It's a global village now, and no country can stay isolated anymore. They are anti-immigration. Migration was and always will be around. If the people who emigrated from this island to the rest of the world over the last few centuries were to return, this island would sink. These hypocrites can't see the other side of the coin. There's another side to the coin? It was me thinking it was all edge. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Brighton again. Matthew.
Hello.
Matthew.
Hello. You all right?
Yes, good, thanks.
I think I've got a solution for everything.
Oh, well, I wish you'd called earlier, like 3 years ago.
Actually, I should have tried. I hope you're having a good day. Think pie in the sky here.
Pie.
But also, I don't believe any of this could ever happen, by the way. I don't think it's very pragmatic at all. So let's imagine that we could have everybody that voted leave. We go back to the polls, but we're not actually at the polls. Like, we go back there, but you put your name down this time. So everybody that voted to leave can live by the rules of leave, and everybody that voted to remain gets to live by the rules that remain. So I can enjoy, decent priced wine, and then everybody else listen to loop music. That's what essentially
loop music.
Quite reasonable, isn't it? And then we'll have I know people that like ID cards, but we could do it that way, and then we could see how it works out for everybody. That'd be reasonable. So it's slightly keeping up the divided country. An alternative would be another option. This would be a bit like babysitting a divorced couple. So 1 year would do leave, 1 year would do remain. 1 year would do leave, 1 year would do remain. Now 4 years we'll have a little chat and say what works out best. I think they're two options that can never practically.
Yeah, well, okay. So you're positing a hypothetical scenario, which would be amusing and interesting. I pay a deal of money to watch that. Is it on Netflix? But it's not actually based in reality, unfortunately. I suppose what we could do is build a wall around London, because London overwhelmingly wants to stay in the European Union, and then whatever money London makes, London gets to keep. How does that sound? And Clacton and Rutland and all points in north, south, east and west that voted to leave, they can keep whatever money is created in their communities. And then everybody will be happy. Emmanuel in Edmonton says there are people who voted to remain who didn't know what the single market is. Since finding out what it is, they don't want to stay in now. They think it shackles us. Yeah, well, that is a way of thinking about it, I suppose. Rick says, why are all these Ramonas anti-royalists as well? Bet you are. Bloomin' traitors. No sense of being English. Would you move to Europe? Would you do that for me, lovey? Would you? Would you? What on earth would Rick do for a living, do you think? I mean, should we hazard a guess? Let's hope it's not important. It's just amazing. It's like lifting up a rock and seeing a community of life forms that you had some inkling that were there, but you didn't really know the extent of it. Get David Attenborough on the phone and he can talk to us about the extent of it. Not picking up, you say? Well, keep trying. Late breaking news, by the way. Speaker Nancy Pelosi, the Democrat from the great state of California, said that reports of a deal to be proposed by his chumpiness to end the record-long partial government shutdown was a non-starter. She said no, Donnie. She said Democrats were hopeful that the president was finally willing to reopen the government and proceed with much-needed discussion to protect the border. Unfortunately, initial reports make clear that his proposal is a compilation of several previously rejected initiatives, each of which is unacceptable and in total do not represent a good faith effort to restore certainty to people's lives, she said in a statement. I mean, what Donald Trump has offered is that DACA thing, the deferred action for childhood arrivals. I'll let them stay for another 3 years, and then what happens? These are people that were brought into the country by their parents as children, and who have grown up in America from baby age in a lot of cases. So America's the only place they know, and the Republicans naturally want to kick them out because it plays well with the drooling yeehaws and the Make America White Again hats. And he said, oh, well, I won't chuck them out for 3 years, but then I'll think about it. Now can I have my wall? And Nancy Pelosi, she said no. And Donald Trump whining about it. Okay, that's a bit strong. Donald Trump is not a whiner. There's no evidence to suggest that he is.
I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
Apart from that, I don't think Donald Trump is a very nice person.
Donald Trump is a very nice person.
Well, there's another thing I got wrong. God, when will I ever get anything right? So she said, no, Donnie.
No.
No. That's what she said. And Donald Trump issued a statement which was... I'm sitting here all alone in the White House. Steve says, Winston Churchill once said, a 5-minute conversation with the average citizen shows you why decisions should be made by politicians. Spot on. I've met people and they shouldn't be allowed to operate heavy machinery. This text says, was this really all over blue passports and straight bananas? Thatcham. Hello, Andy.
Hiya.
Isn't Thatcham the place with the car alarms?
Yes.
Or is that
yes,
coincidental?
correct, yeah.
Right.
Well, no, it's correct, yeah. That's right. That's Thatcham.
Well, at least we've learnt one thing on this show.
Excellent. Now, as brilliantly witty and vividly intelligent as you clearly are, Nick, I'd love you to educate me and tell me why. And you are, and I believe you are.
Well, I'm not, but anyway.
To educate me. No, come on. I'd love you to educate me.
Yes.
And tell me why you're so adamant on remaining against leaving. I'm asking you to educate me now.
Well, it's not a question of education. You just want me to answer the question. Why am I a Ramona?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Right. I just don't think it's in our best interests to upend the apple cart when things were going on along relatively smoothly. I mean, relatively is a relative term, of course. I mean, we had our ups and downs, much of which was our and America's bankers' personal responsibility. And the entire world is still trying to climb out of the hole. Probably never will, in truth, because our debt continues to increase.
Definitely.
And the next recession is just around the corner. This has to be the worst time in the last 40 years to go through this scenario that we have inflicted upon ourselves.
Okay, fair enough. So you don't see it as being beneficial to the UK at all, just detrimental if we was to leave?
Economically speaking, yes.
Okay, fair enough.
But then I'm not alone. The vast majority of people in possession of knowledge in this regard would agree with me. There's very few people who don't, such that most leavers can name all of them. There's the guy who makes purple vacuum cleaners, who's just opened a factory in Singapore. There's the guy who runs a chemicals company who, by all accounts, has taken up residence in Monaco. And there's a guy who runs a business that you presumably won't be affected one way or the other by leaving the EU. In fact, people might actually be encouraged to drown their sorrows in his pubs. I mean, those are the people that you can think of, apart from the politicians, on who are betting their careers on it. But the number of people that think that it would be ruinous are they're never ending.
Okay. Clearly I put my cross in the wrong box. There you go, everyone. You heard it live on air. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Andy. Brian in Gloucester says, you and many of your fellow presenters should stick to presenting the show. We don't want to hear your opinion on any topic. Well, you're in the wrong place, mate. That is the show. This whole Brexit debacle, he says, would have been long over and completed if you lot of Remainders accepted the outcome of the referendum. But no, you just handed negotiating powers to the EU. Oh, I see. It's my fault. Oh, Brian, seriously, mate, what are you talking about? Shall I pick apart each sentence?
No.
What's the point? Stick to presenting the show. We don't want to hear your opinion on any topic. But that is the show. This ain't the BBC, Brian. This is LBC. And you can tell the difference because that extra B stands for...
Boring.
Peter says lefties know they must discredit anyone who is talking the truth. It is standard lefty behaviour. They rely on a certain number of people believing anything they say, so they can't afford to let anyone prove them wrong on anything. It really is like picking up a stone at the bottom of your garden, isn't it? It's like, cool, look what's under there. It's excruciating. And there seems to be no end of them. Has anybody agreed with me yet on this show? Exactly. Well, either everybody is wrong or I am. I know I've made my mind up. 0345 6060 973. Hey, have I talked about the James Bond thing yet?
No.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I'll stick it in the next podcast. Have I mentioned that I've got a podcast out?
Yes.
I've got a brand new podcast out. This is the first one this year. I took a little while off for Christmas because I did a lot of shows in the row and it was very, very tiring.
Stop whining.
So I've got a new podcast which is just, it's hours old. It's still fresh. Smell it, touch it, feel it, squeeze it. And you'll find it where they give away good podcasts. You'll find it on iTunes. You'll find it in our app if you've got an Apple device. I don't think it works on Android, unless it's just my phone. You'll find it in, I can't remember the names of them, but there's loads of them. Just do an internet search on Nick Abbott Habit. And the latest one has got no Brexit in it. Zero Brexit. There's no Brexit in my podcast. It lasts for 30 minutes, and I think you'll find it amusing and a delight. The Nick Abbott Habit. Let's have a call in Lewisham. Barry.
Good morning.
Barry.
Very, very quickly.
Yes.
Like a nerd, I decided to look up the Leave manifesto. I thought, what is it that Leavers wanted? What is it they actually voted for? Interestingly, it says in there that they may not even need to use Article 50 and that the whole purpose of Leave is to seek a new UK-EU treaty. There's never a point in there where it says that they're going to leave with no deal. It never ever says that. I don't know why they think that they voted for no deal, because it didn't say that in their manifesto.
Which manifesto was that? Was that Leave means leave or be leave or which one?
No, this was Leave.eu, the official manifesto.
Right, all right.
Yeah, the official manifesto.
And it doesn't say anything about no deal?
No, it doesn't. It says...
Does it say anything about World Trade Organization?
No, it mentioned... No, it doesn't really say what. It says, we'll be bigger on the international stage. We'll get back our powers. It briefly mentions World Trade Organization, but it says that there's a free trade zone. It comes up with some balmy stuff. So there's a free trade zone from Iceland to Russia.
Great. We're going to rely on Russia.
Yeah, well, up to the Russian borders, there's a free trade zone, and we
it's curious how Russia keeps coming up over and over and over in this. It's just a little bit suspicious, but never mind. We'll just let that go. All right. Well, thanks for the good news, Barry. So now do you know what you voted for? We voted to get our power back and bestride the world like the colossus that we once were, because we'll fight them on the beaches and we'll fight them in the air. Who knows what might happen between now and 10 o'clock next to Friday.